right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the September 2019 board meeting in Alamosa, Colorado. We are going to start with item 18. Before we get going, we're going to have a little housekeeping. Yesterday, we ran over, and so we're going to move item 17, which is the Doppler radar presentation, to the end of the day today, so it will follow item 25. And then, given that a couple of our directors have to hit the road early, we're going to move item 24, which is a decision, which is an action item, to follow item 20, which is our loans. So after the loans, we're going to hear about an ATM grant. So 20, then 24, then everything rocks and rolls until at the end we'll have 17. Any questions or comments about those changes? Great. We are now going to go on to item 18, which is our Basin Director's reports. We will start, as always, with the Colorado River. Director Schwartz.
Am I on? Yeah. Good morning, and thank you. And I think we need to rotate basins so I don't always get on the hot spot here first thing in the morning. But I'm, again, so I don't have any pretty pictures, but I do have just a little bit of update as we're sitting here. We have it's unfortunate we can't all attend, but the Colorado River Basin has a workshop right now in Grand Junction, and they have quite a lineup of speakers and presentations. And starting with, it's our annual meeting, and so it's starting with the whole question of uncertainty in the water future. And they have, as I said, Brad Udall is talking about Lake Powell, and Castle is talking about the provisions of the Colorado River Compact. Eric Kuhn is giving a preview of his new book, Science Be Damned, and it really is, I think, a great insight as to what we committed to in the 1922 Compact. And so he will also have, there'll be other opportunities to hear about that. Then they're going to be having some pretty intense conversations about the Colorado risk study, as well as the issues around climate change. And then that, I think, so it's going to be a full day, and it's unfortunate that our meetings are overlapping. And then there are many grants under consideration, WSRF grants under consideration by the roundtable, and they're looking at the issues of their limited funds, because there's so much demand for the funding within the roundtable, and some offline conversations I think that'll be discussed at the roundtable meeting this week of even a cap on the grants, so you can spread the money out a little more. And then, as I said, there will be a roundtable meeting next week that will discuss many of those issues. And then there will be the Upper Colorado River Basin Water Forum that will be on November 13th and 14th. And so I think that will be another good opportunity for the Upper Colorado River Basin to get together. And tomorrow, on the 19th, there will be a special joint meeting for in Grand Junction for the district and the project enterprise list. So lastly, I just wanted to acknowledge the departure of Chris Trees. We all have had such a long history. After 28 years, he's been such a fixture, and his last day was the 13th. And just also wanted to highlight that there was in August these heavy rains and heavy flows, and the Lake Christine burn scar created some pretty significant mudslides and flooding in the basalt community with 30 evacuations, and it was a pretty significant issue for that community. As we look at the burn scars, I think they had identified some potential areas where they thought the mud was going to be sliding, and they miscalculated that. So it just brings home the fact that when we have these fires, what the future impacts can be, and certainly looking at how we can secure communities when they are under threat of that. And with that, I think there was an issue with the Eagle River water treatment, or wastewater and water treatment water folks, that there was a Regulation 11 violation of their drinking water, and so they are addressing that, and they will hopefully have that fixed by next year. I think seems to be some backflow issues. So that's all that seems to be an update. I wish I would have brought some pictures of those mudslides, because it was very significant when you look at the main corridors of that community be completely blocked with the mud flows. So that's all I have to discuss about the river basin. I think there will be lots of conversation there when it comes to demand management, and this will all continue when it comes to the roundtable meeting next week.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. Are there any questions for Director Schwartz? Okay. Seeing none, we are going to skip item 18B because our director from the Southwest had to go to another event. So we are on to item 18C, which is our Gunnison River Basin report. Director Anderson.
Thank you, Heather. It's great to be back in the San Luis Valley. I can say that. I lived in Monte Vista in 84, 85, and part of 86. Operated a gold mine west of Center up by Dale Canyon for the Kiewit Company. We run out of gold too soon, so I moved to Nevada then. But anyway, it's great to be back here, and what a great facility, Cleve. What a wonderful place to conduct a meeting, and thank you for hosting us here. We've had a great couple of days. Visited a potato farm, and what an operation. I mean, those guys have got it down, and the equipment and the capital expense that they've spent becoming a first-class potato producers. A real credit to the Mitchell family. It was great to see. Being a potato farmer, not near to that scale. I use a old beat-up single-row harvester. I have partners with the Rocky family from the San Luis Valley, and raise seed potatoes, and Craig Rocky's got a internet site and marketed them over the internet. So if you do some searching, you can find the potatoes for seed online. The Gunnison Basin, what a year. This time a year ago, we were looking at Blue Mesas as low as it's been since it was constructed, and it's full. My project, we've operated at demand all year long, which means the farmer basically can go to the head gate and take the water that he can use safely, hopefully. A year ago at this time, we're operating the project at 60%. What that means is for a 40-acre farm, we deliver at 100% 1 second foot of water. So last year we were down to 0.6 of a second foot to operate with. The runoff generated enough water to fill our Taylor fill second fill account for only the second time. The previous time was in I believe 2015 when we experienced the Miracle May and filled it then. Changing the subject, I speak just briefly about hemp. The estimates are that there's 14,000 acres on my project. We irrigate about 83,000 acres, so you see it's a significant portion of the planted area. they've spent lots of money, a considerable portion of the irrigated acres in a drip system. The good news is that the crop uses very little water. I would say something less than consumption of something less than 1 acre foot per acre. Compare that with corn that's typically advertised at something like 2.5 acre feet per acre. It's not without some problems. The land price has risen substantially as they've bought land for over $10,000 per acre. Prior to seeing hemp in the valley, good farmland would go order of magnitude of 7,000, so a significant increase in land price. It's a gold rush mentality, a green rush, if you will. They've gone out and planted this crop without a method to harvest it, without a method to process it, and without a market. So I wish them a lot of luck. I am suspicious, though. Gunnison Basin Roundtable met this Monday. We have a vacancy. It's been addressed previously. Frank Kugel, who was the real leader in the Gunnison Basin, has taken a job as director of the Southwest Water Conservation District. He held an at-large seat in on the Gunnison Basin Roundtable. Through the process, we're out to advertise that position and look to fill it. We approved a WSRF grant for Redlands Power and had quite a discussion of demand management, and the decision was made to utilize the Roundtable's Basin Implementation Plan Committee to keep track and address the concerns of the Gunnison Basin with around demand management. I again will change the subject, and that didn't work. I got a phone call after the 4th of July that no manager wants to hear, that we had a break on our south canal. This is the main artery. It broke in the 1970s here, and we reaped some of the benefits from that break as the rock that was placed in here helped I'm not holding my mouth right. Okay, this is a view from the other side. This is about 6 o'clock in the evening. And this is the way it looked the next afternoon. The guys worked till about midnight getting it stocked, and then spent the day prettying it up so that we're back in business. We were lucky we could slow the break down some, as we have a power plant below this. So we dropped the canal level some, but it was concerning for a while. Looking at the weather forecast and what NOAA is saying is not necessarily the same as directors, George's,
Please.
I peaked and the Farmer's Almanac is saying colder than normal and snowy, so NOAA is differs in that they're saying above average temperatures, but they do claim above average precipitation. And here's a shot of the almanacs, at least the almanac that I found. So anyway,
Midwest.
I would certainly take another year like last year. It makes being a water manager a lot easier. We've certainly enjoyed on my project a good supply. Just briefly looking ahead to the winter, we're the recipient of grants from the Bureau of Reclamation to pipe our laterals for salt and selenium. This year, we've got over 10 miles of pipe to put in the ground, and I hope it either stays warm through the winter or it freezes up, because most of the work is out in the adobies, and if you don't know, if you'll stick with it when it's dry, when it's wet, it'll darn sure stick with you. So we need one or the other and not a freeze-thaw situation. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Anderson. I think Director Yon might have to excuse himself to go compose himself after those traumatic pictures. We're sorry you had to deal with that, but glad you were able to get it taken care of.
That's amazing.
Are there any questions for Director Anderson? All right, we're going to move on to item 18, which is our North Platte report. Director Trick.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I have a lot of thank yous here as well to start out with. Thank you, Director Dutton and Mitchell Farms and all of our hosts, the Rio Grande District, the San Luis District, for letting us use your awesome facilities here, and for hosting the Finance Committee for the San Luis District. I know we all had a great time on that potato tour, and I found it interesting going off of what you were saying about the hemp, is how they were competing with truck drivers with the hemp people now, because the hemp came in and he was having a harder time finding truck drivers for his potato operation. So I found that an interesting point when he was talking about his operation, but just wanted to extend another thank you to those guys for letting us come out and stand in their field and stand in the way of their equipment while they're trying to work. So, and also congratulations to everyone, all the partners that took part in the Weather Radar project. That is an amazing project, and it was great to see the level of collaboration that had gone into that. I know for myself, I wasn't aware of how many local, state, federal partners there were, and it was just a great example of collaboration, and congratulations. I know you guys will really get some great forecasting and data out of that tool, so I'm kind of jealous we don't have one now. So, and turning to North Platte Basin news, it's been a fast summer, but a good summer. Pretty good hay crop. Most of everybody up there is nearing completion or is already done with haying, and if you don't realize, up there, since we have such a high elevation, we don't do a lot of farming. We just do grass hay production, and so that's our main crop there, along with all the cattle ranching operations. But most people are completed with haying or nearing completion, and we had a pretty good year. The hunting seasons have begun. That's another major portion of our economy boost in the fall. And so we've got a lot of activity starting with archery and muzzleloader and continuing through all the rifle seasons that will end in November. But that's another activity that's occurring currently. We just recently had our North Park Fair and livestock sale earlier in September. Unlike Director Greenberg, I didn't buy an animal this year, but I already had my freezer full of wild game, so I had not a need for some more in there. But the revenue of the fair was good. It was about $40,000 more than last year, so that was nice for all the participants of the livestock sale. And our fair was dedicated to Debbie Alpe, who was the former CSU extension agent, and she was also the education liaison for our North Platte Roundtable. So she was definitely one of the, what I like to call STP, same 10 people in the basin that do most of the work for volunteer work and boards and making sure that the community keeps running. So I just wanted to recognize her efforts on the roundtable and through CSU Extension, which was her full-time day job. And she has recently retired, but we really appreciate all the work that she has done for our community up there. So Deb, if you're listening, thank you very much. And I'll just end here quickly. So if a few of you may remember, we had a project go up in Walden associated with the town water treatment plant that was a floating solar array that was on their settling pond out there. And that recently got some additional recognition. It was the Denver Post article from September 1st, Sunday edition, had a feature on this project. And they were kind of following up with how it had gone from its inception, which was pretty recent. So from June 1st to, I think, August 1st of this year, it produced 75% of the electricity that the town of Walden's water treatment plant consumed. And the town is also getting frequent calls, and the consultants that worked on the project are getting frequent calls from others that want to learn about the project and maybe try something similar in their location, in their area. So it's continued to be a good project in the basin and an innovative thing that I guess the town didn't quite realize was so innovative when they tried it, but now they're realizing that they were kind of first out of the gate to try one of these. So it was good to see another feature on that in the Denver Post recently, and if you haven't seen it, you can look it up online, I'm sure. And there's also another solar project going in about 5 miles north of Walden through Mountain Parks Electric, which is a 1 megawatt project. It's going to be 3,600 panels covering about 5 acres of land, and that'll be a regular land-based solar project, but just another focus on renewables that we have seem to be trickling into the basin there. So we'll see how that one goes. And finally, roundtable news, they met on Tuesday of this week. I have not gotten to see what the next meeting date is, but I will let people know, or please check notices for the next meeting date. Since I was on the potato tour, I was unable to attend that meeting. And they did listen to a presentation on Proposition DD, which I hear went well. So stay tuned for your next notice on the roundtable meeting if you're at all interested in visiting us in the basin. And I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Trick. Are there any questions about the North Platte? Great, thank you. Okay. Director Yano, you composed?
I am composed.
Okay, we're moving on then to item 18E, South Platte.
Yeah, you can play the audio. All right, well, thank you. It's good to be here in the valley. We have a valley as well. It's called the South Platte Valley. But I would like to thank Director Dutton for setting this all up. And but first, before I asked her that I could start at 9:19, so we're a little early because today is 9/19/19, and I wanted to give my report at 9:19, but you guys were too quick. because 9 is my favorite number, and I'll just give you a hint. I was born on the 9th day of the 9th month, and I weighed 9 pounds and 9 ounces in 1963, and 6 plus 3 is 9. At 4:41 p.m., 4 plus 4 plus 1 is 9, and I have 9 siblings, 8 sisters and a brother. So I have more, but I'll stop right there.
Just tell the story of $1 while you're on a roll.
Okay. So when I was 9 years old in 1972, 7 plus 2 is 9. I got $1 for my birthday, and my dad and I went to Laramie to a roping, and in Laramie you can bet on the ropers. So I took my birthday dollar, gave it to my dad to bet for me on the 9th cowboy in the 9th go-around, and I lost. So, sorry. Okay, that's enough of that. So anyway, I just want to thank Director Dutton for setting this up, and for the Mitchell family. The tour was spud-tacular. Hey, don't groan. And I'd also like to thank Cleve for letting us use his facilities here. This is really nice, and all those involved in the radar as well. So it's been a good time, and I always enjoy going around the basins, and this was one of the reasons, just to see what's going on in each of the basins. So I enjoy that. This has been a really good year for the South Platte as far as moisture, but we've had lots of rain events that have come through. Our reservoir levels, North Sterling is at 45%. Normally, I've actually shut the reservoir off on September 1st because we're out of water. But we're at 45%, and the Pruitt Reservoir is about 80% full. So, because it's a supplemental supply to the river, and we just haven't had to use it. So the river actually has been average, but the rain, the demand, and the cool weather, especially early on, didn't require us to release any water from reservoirs. So we're going to be going into next year with a really good reservoir storage. And I have, with rains comes other things as well. And we've had several hail events, but I took a kind of a grainy picture with my phone from my deck, and this is a storm on August 16th. We've had several of these storms. So this is a storm that was moving in on August 16th, and this is just a picture off to the northwest. And then I'm like Steve. Oh, whoops. I just shut. Yeah, oh, she's going. All right. So this is a picture from my deck shortly after that storm. If you watch over to the right, you can see there's a little water, it's coming up, and you can see the hailstones going into the water. So we were right on the edge of it, and so just to the east of us, about 4,000 acres of corn and hay got hailed really pretty bad. And so this was about the third. You can hear the hailstones hitting our windows. But no windows were broken. So we don't like to see these storms come through, as you can imagine, but we've had about 4 of them come through our area in different places, but that one hit about 4,000 acres right in our district. And then I'll go on to the, am I going, oh, there we go. So those, I picked those up off our lawn. So there's some pretty good sized ones there. So I'll leave you with the, whoops, I'm going backwards. That's the problem. So that's, I'll just leave you with a nicer picture from our reservoir as I was changing the water one morning. I took a picture of North Sterling Reservoir with a soft, nice cloud cover instead of the mean clouds that we've been seeing. So, so as I said, we've had a really good year for moisture. So there are some farmers that have been getting good moisture without hail, and so those crops are really good. I talked to one of our farmers yesterday, just because we had a hailstorm come through last week, right through Sterling, and that was the second hail right through Sterling. And there's some homes that got hailed in May, just got a new roof on, and just got hailed again. So it's kind of a tough time. That's the problem. A lot of our farmers would rather see dry conditions once we have enough water in the reservoir to make it through the summer, because there's always hail involved in these. But I talked to one of our farmers that just got hailed out pretty bad last week, and they were just chopping the corn for silage and taking it to our local large feedlot. And so he had one day of chopping under his belt, was doing really good, and then the hailstorm came through, and he said it was about a 30% drop from the hail in his chopping tonnage. So, and he anticipated that the corn that he's going to harvest for grain is actually going to be hit a lot harder than that. So it can be a tough time, but we're a resilient bunch. We've seen these things before, and our farmers will bounce back, I'm sure. So in some other news, in our area, we're all pretty excited. The EPA dropped the WOTUS rules, and so we were pretty excited about that in our area. The 2015 rules were rescinded, I guess you would call it, and they're coming up with a new definition for waters of the U.S. And so we're happy that that happened in our area. We have, as part of our roundtable, and the CWCB gave a grant for this as well, is the South Platte Regional Opportunities Water Group, and we're working with some of the municipalities on the Front Range, along with farmers in our lower end, and we're trying to figure out other ways to bring water to the Front Range that doesn't dry up agriculture. So we're looking at some storage buckets along the South Platte and how we can work cooperatively together to develop those buckets while we're still developing all of our other ones. And Jim Hall from Northern is here, and they've been working hard on Chimney Hollow Reservoir, which is part of the Windy Gap Firming Project, and the Northern Integrated Supply Project, which entails two reservoirs, and then Gross Reservoir Enlargement by Denver Water. So we on the lower basin would like to see those things come through to fruition, just because if they don't, there's just more and more agriculture that will be looked at for future water supplies. And so we're doing this SPROG idea in addition to and through the roundtable, and we're going to give an update to the Interim Water Resources Committee in October, I believe it is. So that's something that we're doing. The last thing I guess I'd like to talk about is just it was brought to mind yesterday at the radar when we were listening to all the people tout the new radar system in Alamosa. And it was also brought to mind when I was sitting in dinner after the potato farm with Director George and Craig Cotton and Aaron. We're just talking about living in a rural community, and a lot of us do on this board live in a rural community, and how important that is, and how we all work together and can step up and do some things. And I heard it this morning with Director Trick talking about the fair and how supportive the local community is to the young people trying to sell their animals, and our fair was the same way. But this whole trip, I was thinking about just the community and what it means to live in a community like that, and how blessed I feel to be able to live in a community like that. And I just want to highlight something that happened in our community. So within a 10-day window, we had the fair sale. So it's funny that you bring that up, but we had our sale, and it topped all the previous ones, and they came up with $487,000 in our Logan. So this is just Logan County, in our Logan County Fair for the 4-H and FFA kids that are selling animals. But just previous to that week, we had a young man that died in a tragic accident, and he had two young kids and his wife, and one of the heifers didn't sell because it didn't make weight. You have to make a certain weight to sell your animal at the fair, and one of them didn't make weight. So the young girl donated it to be sold at the local sale barn. So they brought it to the sale barn, and sometimes if you've ever been involved in one of these, they'll bring the animal in, and then they'll, just because they know people would like to donate to this cause, to this young man's family, they'll sell pieces of the animal. So they'll sell an ear, and it's just kind of a neat thing. So they'll sell the left ear, the right ear, the foot, and people will just keep bidding, and they'll be donating money by doing this, and it brought over $50,000 to donate to this young man's family. So it's just a cool thing to be part of in a small community when they all step up to come together and do things that are important. And that's what I felt yesterday at the radar. You know how people step together and or step out and come together to do things that really help the community. But the last thing that happened was that same week was every year at a small town of New Raymer. If you ever driven from Sterling to Fort Collins along Highway 14, there's a town of about 100 people, maybe. I don't know. They put on, since about 2002, they've put on a benefit for someone in the community, and it can be anyone around. So anyway, they do that every year, and they have a ranch rodeo, they have an auction, and they have a dinner, and a lot of people show up and bid on things at the auction. So they benefit one person that is struggling with something at that time. So this year, though, they benefited. The benefit was for my nephew, who was diagnosed with leukemia, and so he's doing well. He's back home now. He's still working on getting through it all, but it was a pretty tough stretch for a while. But they did this benefit for him. So this is all within a 10-day period, and there were about 1,500 people that came out to this small town, and they raised over $100,000. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'll think about the ditch break again. That'll get me out. Oh, that might bring tears too. But anyway, I just wanted to give you a picture of what it's like to live in a small community. And that ends my report.
Thank you, Jim. Nobody gets the secondary tears like Director Mitchell and I, so we all might need a minute up here. Are there any questions for Director Yon about his nice? No, great. Thank you for that really nice report. It is pretty great to live in a small area or a small town. We are on to item 18F with the Arkansas River. Director Goebel.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and I'm not sure how I can follow that, Jim. Jeez. And thank you to all the other locals that have been so welcoming to us this week and made it so enjoyable. And thanks to Cleve for his beautiful facility here in the Rio Grande Conservation District. This is setting the bar pretty high. The Arkansas Basin Roundtable met last week in Pueblo, where we heard a presentation for the Love of Colorado Public Education Campaign to inform Colorado citizens about water supply challenges. We also heard a presentation on Proposition DD, which I'm sure most of you know, but it's to legalize sports gambling to help fund water projects. Jayla Poppleton and Meg Meyer gave a presentation on Water Education Colorado, on what they do and provide in the way of educating folks on water issues. And we also heard a presentation on the great post-fire restoration work that the Arkansas River Watershed Collaborative and their volunteers have done on the Hayden Creek burn scar. And Chelsea Nutter's in the audience with us today, and she heads that up. So pretty impressive, all the work you've done, Chelsea, with your volunteers. so thanks for that. Our October meeting is our annual meeting. Our officer elections will be held, including one of our 2 IBCC seats is open. So as we begin to wrap up the irrigation season, I took a look back at the water year that we've had in the Arkansas Basin so far. We came into the irrigation season in a good position with snowpack at 141% of average on April 1st, and most of our major reservoirs had above average storage. We had a relatively cool spring, which you can, which you can see in this graph. So it caused our runoff to peak slightly later than what we've seen historically. This is a hydrograph of the Arkansas River at the Portland gauge, which is measured upstream of Pueblo Reservoir as the river exits the mountains, and is commonly looked at to indicate runoff levels. But when the runoff finally came, it came in large amounts, as you can see. Daily average flows at this gauge peaked at just over 5,400 CFS, which is 330% of 2018. You can see in the light blue there, and the black dotted line is average. So we were very happy with that. And there was some minor flooding, but nothing catastrophic. So that was great. This next graph is a little crazy, but this shows all of the hydrographs for this same gauge for each year going back to 1975. 2019 shown in red there, and the average is shown in black. So it kind of gives you a sense for what we see in the valley. The 2019 peak flow was the 8th highest out of these last 45 years. And so this just shows the peak average daily flow at each one of those years. Similar to many streamflow gauges data, the flows go up and down through the years, but, and I'm not sure if it's telling us anything, but I wanted to see what a trend line would show us, and it is definitely going downward. So not sure exactly what that means, or if this is even enough data to make any conclusions, but does give you a sense for what the last 45 years has looked like. This next graph shows total volume of water in acre feet measured through this same gauge over these same last 45 years of data, and it's also trending slightly down. I don't have 2019 on here just because this is a full calendar year's worth of volume, and obviously we're not there yet. But if you measure each one of those years' amount of flow through September 15th of each of those years, 2019 is measuring at the 11th highest out of those 45 years. So again, we're thankful for that. I'd also like to give a special thank you to the Mitchell family. And Director Dutton and the rest of the folks that set up this tour of their farm. As the population of the world grows, so does the demand for food, obviously. All the while, the number of farmers keeps dropping. And with it does the understanding where our food comes from and that water is needed to grow it. You know, we all take for granted the availability and high quality and low cost of our food. Which makes it all the more important for folks to get to tour farms like we got to on Tuesday and see not only where our food comes from, but start to get a sense for all the risks that farmers take to provide that food that we all need. I mean, we heard some of the numbers thrown out for the cost of the equipment, and I mean, I know the sprinklers, and I mean, it's just on and on and on, the cost and the amount of capital they put in and the risks they take to try to provide this food. So it takes all kinds to make the world go around, but I think farmers may be one of the most important. I threw a few slides in here. These are my 2 sons, and they're bucket calves for the fair. These were twin calves. We actually didn't have any bucket calves, and if you're not familiar, those are typically calves that either their mother died or didn't accept them for some reason, and so you end up feeding them with a bottle and a bucket. And these were twins, and my boy on the left there, Braxton, he named them Earl and Pearl. So they were pretty fond of those calves this year, and Just a couple more pictures. So they ended up showing them at the fair. They have a little bucket calf show. It's a real popular thing at the fair. And this is the photo of my boys, and my older boy actually showed market chickens this year, and he showed them last year too. And but this year I encouraged him not to name them because we end up selling them, and they go to be eaten. So I was joking, and I said, well, if you're going to name them Nugget or Dumpling or something. Well, he ended up naming him that. So so anyway, but he ended up winning grand champion. And speaking of small communities and just the support, they sold these at the sale, and they're probably worth $5 or $10 a piece, and he ended up getting $600 for them. So so he wants to get a whole bunch of chickens now. He said, it doesn't work like that, but I appreciate your entrepreneurial spirit. And one final photo, I just wanted to show you our standard summer attire. I showed some photos last year, and people got a kick out of them, but this is the real deal. I mean, muck boots and no shirt, it's pretty much how we roll. So anyway, and then just lastly, I have a couple of short videos, if you can cue those up, Doug. So just before you hit play on them, as we were standing out there in the tour this week, similar to Jim, it just kind of feels like home to me because it's real similar to where I live and where I grew up. But whenever I believe it was Heather or somebody was trying to describe directions to, okay, here's where we go and turn here and turn here, it's just funny because I'm sure a lot of folks are like, what in the world? So I found these two options that you may be interested in, and each video is like a minute or less. So if you can go ahead and cue those up.
I have no idea where I go. Don't worry, I have Google Maps on my phone. Yeah, it's kind of like Google Maps, but for country folk.
Head down the Creek Road and turn left at the next Quonset.
It's a classic.
Turn north at Great Bend. Keep the Pilla Field on your left until you pass Donaldson's Farm. Head north on the Correction Road past the abandoned houses. Go west for 7 miles.
I don't know which way west is. How far is a mile?
Farm. Keep going until you think you've gone too far. Then keep going. You're almost there. Take a look where the dead street was last year.
Nope, that's where I draw the line. This thing is broken. Where? Seriously?
You've arrived at your destination. Dylan's mom makes the best apple pie.
So that's one option. Here's option two.
Yo, when's that Uber getting here? Gotta be here any minute now. You kind of have to say, actually. Matthew Ferguson? Who? Hey, great to have you. Jump into the bucket seats and don't forget to buckle up. Perfect. Let's go.
Yeah, so there you go. Safety first. Thank you. The safety third.
Yeah, it's safety third. Look good, feel good, safety. Okay. Are there any questions for Director Goebel? I will note that did happen where I was saying we're going to go to the warehouse, go east, couple miles, then south, then east. Just follow me. All right. We are on to item 18G, which is our city and county of Denver. Director Brody.
Do you want to pass on the clicker? I too want to thank our hosts, the Rio Grande Water Conservation District. It's been really a privilege to be here at your facility the last couple days, as well as the Mitchell family. You guys are awesome. Director Dutton, and always the CWCB staff, both for putting together all the logistics for a meeting like this, as well as for those of you who presented for the great work you did this time and always in putting together your presentations and meeting materials. So thank you all. It's been really an honor to get to spend a couple days down in the valley and get to see a little slice of life in a different part of the state. So thank you all for hosting us. All right. So water supply, our water supply has been great this year. As I'm sure many of you experienced around the state, the spring was kind of wet and cool. With all the snow we had over the winter, our reservoirs were filling a little bit later, but also stayed full much longer than is typical for our water supply. And so you can see here we are in September, and we continue to see that trend, even though July and August were pretty hot and dry. We peaked later and should end the irrigation season with pretty full reservoirs, which is always a nice place to be. I wanted to update you on Denver Water's proposed lead reduction program. At the July meeting, I talked about how this was a program that we were developing alongside a number of stakeholders and the State Health Department to look at alternatives for addressing lead contamination throughout our service area. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to hear all about collaboration down here in the Valley. And this is really an example of collaboration in the big city of Denver, where about a year and a half ago, the State Health Department ordered Denver Water to start treating our water supply with orthophosphate, which frankly is the gold standard for addressing lead contamination in municipal water systems, but has a lot of potential adverse effects on water quality. Particularly in the arid west, where, as I understand, downstream of the Metro wastewater facility, all or nearly all of the rivers essentially coming out of that wastewater treatment facility. So about a year and a half ago, we embarked on a program to explore alternatives and see if there was something else that we could do that would both be protective of public health, reduce lead exposure, but also protect our waterways. Obviously, watershed health is something that is important to all of us in this room, and it's something we take very seriously. And so we didn't want to be in a position of adding nutrients to an already stressed water system if there was another alternative that we could come up with. By way of background, back in 2012, Denver Water had one exceedance of the lead action level. That is what triggered us to start the process of looking at what we could do to further reduce lead exposure. Denver Water, like most municipal systems, has been treating to reduce lead exposure, but we were in a position of having to see what we could do beyond the typical pH treatment that we were already implementing. As I mentioned, in 2017, based on those studies, the State Health Department ordered 2018, that we designate orthophosphate and start treating our system with orthophosphate in March of 2020. And as I said, we thought that we could do better than simply dosing our system with orthophosphate. So the stakeholders that participated in this year and a half long process included the State Health Department, EPA, Aurora, Metro Wastewater, the Greenway Foundation, and many others, and some of the Denver Water distributors as well, to evaluate alternatives and impacts and benefits. Just about a week and a half ago, we submitted our proposed lead reduction program plan to EPA. Under the lead and copper rule, we need a variance from EPA in order to do something other than the orthophosphate treatment that the State Health Department has ordered us to do. And in what we're proposing is essentially a multi-pronged approach. First and foremost, we would accelerate the removal of all lead service lines in the Denver water service area. So not just Denver proper, but any place that's part of our integrated system. We would work with our distributors to remove all the lead lines. We currently estimate that's about 64,000 lead service lines that we would be removing over a 15-year period. This is one of the most ambitious efforts in the nation to essentially get at the source of the lead contamination in drinking water, which is those lead service lines. In addition to removing those lead lines on an accelerated basis, we would further refine our pH adjustment, essentially increasing pH to provide further corrosion control through our drinking water supply. And finally, because even on an accelerated basis, it would take about 15 years to remove the lead lines. We would also provide filters and replacement cartridges to anyone who is known of having a lead service line or suspected of having a lead service line. And we have pretty sophisticated models that we are using to try to hone in on where those lead lines are in our system. The good news is that through many studies and methods of analysis that Denver Water has used under the guidance of the State Health Department and EPA, I think we've successfully demonstrated that this approach is actually more protective of public health than orthophosphate treatment. Even with orthophosphate treatment, there will be some people in our service area who are exposed to lead levels that are higher than the action level. By providing filters, we can remove approximately 99% of the lead that they would otherwise be exposed to. And of course, removing the lead service lines will be a permanent solution for our customers, which we think is the right thing to do. The primary reasons we're doing this, number one, are public health. We want to do the absolute best we can to reduce lead exposure through drinking water supplies. And as I mentioned, we also want to make sure that we are being good stewards of our watershed and that we are minimizing any adverse impacts of our actions on our friends downstream on the Platte. So this is a very ambitious program, and frankly, there's no guarantee that EPA will approve it. It's totally within their discretion to approve or deny this variance request. So for those of you who are interested, I would encourage you to go to denverwater.org where you can read the entire plan, including all of the very scintillating technical appendices if you are so inclined. I would also encourage you, if this is a topic that interests you, to submit comments. Denver Water is taking public comments through our website. You can also submit letters directly to EPA and the State Health Department if you want. And all those instructions are on the website. But as I mentioned, despite the fact that I think we've demonstrated the efficacy of this approach, there's no guarantee that EPA will approve it. And so I think it's important that members of the public who are interested make their voices heard. And that public comment period will be open till about the beginning of October. I also want to talk about another project that the City and County of Denver is doing with the Army Corps of Engineers to address the aquatic habitat along the South Platte River in urban Denver. Like many urban waterways, the South Platte through the Denver area has really been degraded by a variety of actions. The reservoirs certainly can have an adverse impact. The urbanization itself has an adverse impact on the water body. So since about 2010 or so, the Army Corps and the City and County of Denver have been exploring ways to restore the South Platte and make it a vibrant, healthy river. Just earlier this week, the City Council in Denver approved about a $12 million program to improve approximately 22 acres of degraded aquatic habitat and over 11 acres of riparian and wetland habitat in downtown Denver. It's about a 2.5 mile stretch of the river that will be improved by this project. Modifications will include riffles, boulder clusters, drop structures, a low-flow channel, et cetera. Really all designed to improve water quality and improve the quality of the habitat for all of the critters that call the South Platte their home. While Denver Water wasn't directly involved in this effort, I think it's another good example of state and local collaboration to improve water quality throughout our state, and I'm excited to see it continue. And that ends my report.
Great, thank you for that update. Are there any questions for Director Brody? Okay, Director Brown has a pretty exciting ribbon cutting herself to get to, so I'm going to let her go in front of me just in case she needs to jet out of here. So we're going to skip ahead to item 18I with the Yampa White Basin.
I don't have a
Oh, you have no?
Thank you, Director Dutton. And thank you, as everybody else said, to Heather and Cleve, and also Viola and the staff for, it always amazes me how they travel and make these meetings happen across the state. Also, a thank you to Chris Trees. As Director Schwartz mentioned, he has retired, and I just wanted to thank him for all of his years of service in the Yampa White Basins. And to me personally, he has been a great friend and mentor. So I wish him peace and happiness in his retirement. So, like many other Western Slope areas, the Yampa White experienced a very long winter ending June, I believe, 24th, and very little rain through the year, through the summer. And I know the forecast looks dim from a water standpoint, but I have to say personally that a longer, drier fall, allowing us to have a little bit of a reprieve from the snow, doesn't upset me terribly right now. On that note, though, the Yampa River closed through the town of Steamboat right before Labor Day, and it was wonderful to see both the city of Steamboat and my employer, Tri-State Generation and Transmission, releasing water to boost the river so that it could reopen during Labor Day with all the folks in town and help with the health of the river. That was done. There was hydropower production for that, but otherwise it was just a generous release after luckily a good winter. So that was great to see the community come together and do some problem solving quickly there. Basin Roundtable news. I would just like to point out we're very lucky in the Yampa White Basin. I'm not sure if I've ever said this before, but our Dinosaur National Monument superintendent attends almost every Basin Roundtable meeting. And I think that's really amazing and just shows the strength of the basin and the partnerships that we have there. And our new superintendent is Paul Scolari, and hopefully in your travels you will make it to Dinosaur National Monument and check out their awesome dark sky designation and amazing trails and everything that monument has to offer. So if you need a tour guide, maybe we can find some folks from the park, or I would love to go too. So IWMPs, these are the Yampa and White version of the stream management plans. So an update that the Yampa did get through contracting with CWCB, so thank you for that. We had some matching funds, so we were able to move forward with our project earlier than contracting, and we just hired a team to do the diversion infrastructure assessment. So we're really looking forward to seeing the results of that and moving forward and developing some implementation projects from those, from that data. Additionally, the White River is just beginning their feasibility study for an IWMP, so we wish them luck with that process, and I'll continue to update you as they go forward. Additionally, the White River, CWCB and other partners funded an algae study for, I'm going to say this wrong for sure, Cladophora is the algae. Nobody here can correct me, so and they were able to start again prior to contracting, and so this is the second year of data, which of course 2018 being a dry year and 2019 being a wet year is already giving them a great amount of information to hopefully solve this problem into the future. So just a shout out to that amazing project in the basin. And then finally, the Basin Roundtable partnered with Yampatika, which is a local nonprofit that does water education, among other nature-based environmental education. And they will develop a curriculum with the Roundtable's help that will go to all the schools that would like it in our basin. And they've had great success in a lot of the very rural school districts that oftentimes don't get to see these great programs because they're too far away and they don't have the travel budget, et cetera, but the Basin Roundtable members really came together and have helped that organization reach out to those very rural school districts, and we look forward to getting those students some of this cool environmental education here in the coming years. It's a 3-year partnership. Also, a shout out to our Division 6 staff, Kevin's staff, the division engineer, Erin Light, and her staff. 2 things of note is that they continue to do an excellent job communicating with the water users in Division 6 about the measuring device notices and developing a partnership with that office and the water users to get measuring devices where they have not been. And I really want to applaud them for their hard work in making that communication possible. Just heard really good feedback from that. And then also the transit loss study that's going on in the Yampa with CWCB staff member Brian McPherson, just continuing to hear really good updates about that and looking forward to seeing that end product. So thank you. The Water Bank Work Group, which I know some of you are familiar with, has been doing a secondary impact study that I believe will help the state as we look at our demand management potential. And the first local stakeholder meetings across the West Slope happened over the last month and a half or 2, and those were located in the Gunnison Basin, the Yampa White Basin, down in the Dolores area, and in the main stem of the Colorado. And we had a very diverse group of folks come in for that. So not your same 10 people. We really had a variety of people that we don't normally get at these water meetings, and look forward to sharing some progress updates with you as we go forward. But just know that we had, you know, the tent was opened up a little bit, and we did get some great input at that local level about demand management and the pros and the cons, but especially, you know, potential benefits, which I think was noted yesterday, that it's always important to look at the benefits as well. So that, and then finally, Heather stole my thunder, so I'm going to be leaving here to head back up to the Yampa Basin for the ribbon cutting of our Yampa Fund, which you heard about yesterday. And I just wanted to make sure, I don't believe it was stated in the presentation, but thank you to our statewide NGO partners, both TNC, as I mentioned, the Nature Conservancy and their work, but especially the Water Trust as well for their work in developing this water fund, and all the partners that we talked about yesterday. This is very exciting, and I look forward to updating all of you as we start getting some projects in and moving forward. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you for that report. Are there any questions for Director Brown? All right. Well, last is me. So item 18H is the Rio Grande report. And so just wanted to say how much fun it's been to have everybody here in the San Luis Valley the last couple days. And it's been really great to hear that you've enjoyed yourselves. And if you haven't enjoyed yourselves, let me know and we can work on that. Kirk, I can't undo your stub toe, but maybe we can come up with something else. Cleve, thank you for allowing us to use your building. It's been a great space the last few years, and it's truly acting as a forum for community discussions. So thanks for having us here in this beautiful building that in a High Country News article on Monday was called drab. I think we might all send Nick a note and tell him that we disagree, right? Viola, thank you for coordinating the meeting, and as always, making sure there's lots of tasty snacks for all different palates. Doug, Vivian, Amy, Cole, and Sarah, congrats on your new positions with the agency. It's really exciting to welcome new faces to the team, and then also to see people from within the agency getting to take on exciting new roles. So congrats to you guys, and thank you for your willingness. And Becky, keep up the good work of finding these great people to fill these chairs. Even if you have to visit other floors of 1313 Sherman. Kevin and Amy, sorry, we're not sorry. So, but really, Becky, thank you for taking care of everyone and being a great leader and for getting some really great people in these positions. It's exciting to see everyone flourishing and working so hard. So thank you. Thanks to everybody for attending our big radar celebration yesterday. It was a really fun time to celebrate all the contributions of the partners and to especially recognize the significant role of CWCB as a leader in this. And it's really exciting to see how, it kind of started as you heard, it started as this, hey, let's try this, maybe it'll work idea. And now, really CWCB is becoming the expert in understanding and placing weather radars for stream flow forecasting. And I hope Ken Howard's dreams come true and we're able to plug those other holes before he retires. And so thank you to the staff for stepping up and for becoming experts in that field. We were fortunate to drive past many farms on Tuesday. And so I think the group was able to get a feel of what's going on in the valley right now. It's harvest season and it's really exciting no matter the crop. And I had instructed all your tour guides to point out a bunch of the different crops. So hopefully they weren't gossiping about Bachelor in Paradise or something. And you were able to see what's going on because it's a very exciting time of year for our farmers and ranchers. Exciting and busy time of year. We had a couple board members who weren't able to come to the celebration last night for various reasons, such as balers breaking down. So it kind of happens this time of year. Toward the end of the day, our roundtable leadership will give an update on the basin activities and recent roundtable grants in the last few years. And then Rob Phillips with the San Luis Valley Irrigation District is going to update everyone on the Rio Grande Cooperative Project. And so I'm going to save my update on the basin. I usually like to talk about projects, but I don't want to steal any thunder like I did for Director Brown. So I'll try to stop stepping on toes and save that time for all my friends to share with you what they're doing. I would like to take the rest of my time to just a few minutes to update this group on where we're at with the export proposal from Renewable Water Resources. Perhaps you have seen the article that was in the Denver Post regarding this proposal that came out Monday. So just a little reminder that what the developers are proposing is to purchase more than 30,000 acre feet of groundwater rights and dry up the associated farms and ranches in the valley. They would pump deep confined aquifer wells and pipe 22,000 acre feet a year out of the valley to supply water for an unidentified client on the Front Range. There's been lots of rumors and speculations about who that would be, but nobody has really put their name on it. And Cleve and I have definitely got some emails saying, "Hey, it's not us. Let's still be friends." So we're not sure who the client is, but they're still saying that they're under confidentiality agreements and have something figured out. Renewable Water Resources said that they would create a $50 million community fund. So it would be an investment of money into the community to, I'm not going to speculate as to their motives, but that would also be their plan. And so with these conditions, the proponents are saying that the project is a win-win. Their website says that the challenge in the San Luis Valley is that there is a pressing legal obligation to retire stream flows and unconfined aquifer wells, but that the valley lacks the financial resources required to do so. And so I just wanted to make sure that you guys are realizing there's a lot of this that's not true. And the valley is not under a legal obligation to retire stream flows or unconfined aquifer wells. The valley does have a requirement to balance the groundwater supply with the groundwater use. And so since resource scarcity leads to the creation of rules, since the 1970s, the state engineer has been promulgating a series of rules for the Rio Grande Basin. Most recently, the rules for groundwater use in the basin were issued by Dick Wolf, kind of as a here you go, Kevin, enjoy this on his way out. And then they were approved by the Water Court this year. And so these rules require groundwater users to either join a groundwater management subdistrict, have a court-approved augmentation plan, or stop pumping their wells. And so through these efforts, through the sub-districts and the augmentation plans, the well users are working to replace their impacts to surface streams in accordance with the Rio Grande Decision Support System model that was created for the basin, and to restore our aquifers to sustainable levels. We are really fortunate here that our aquifers can be managed. Unlike other areas, we have this incredible resource that we can manage. The aquifers respond positively to increased recharge or reduced well pumping. However, they don't, at this time, they don't fully recharge each year. So that's another thing that's out on the street, is the claim that there's excess water in the basin, but in an area that is fully over-appropriated, not just appropriated, we are over-appropriated with both our surface and our groundwater. Our aquifers don't fully recharge, but we're really hoping, and we're really working hard to reach sustainability thresholds, but we're not there yet. So Sean Tonner, who's one of the advocates for renewable water resources, he ended the Denver Post article by saying, "I am challenging anyone else to come up with a plan. If someone has a better idea, come forward." So we have developed plans, and we're working really hard to implement them. And because we're currently oversubscribed, we're trying to find creative and deliberate ways to reduce our water use and our groundwater pumping. But we're also trying to do this in a way that's mindful of the impacts to the local farming families, which are the backbone of the San Luis Valley's economy. So drying up significant agriculture acreage to allow 22,000 acre-feet of water to be pumped out of the valley each year is not consistent with our plans, and it does not help our community or economy in the long term. So I just want to make it very clear that where they're saying this is a win-win, we feel pretty vehemently that this proposal is not a win-win for the San Luis Valley. So if you have any questions, or if there's things that come out, please feel free to call me or Cleve or both of us, and we'll share with you what the facts are, and we'll come see you. Cleve's got a pretty great Tahoe that we love to pile into, and so seriously though, I know I joke a lot, but it's a really important thing, and it's been pretty frustrating to see some misinformation out there, and so please let us know if there's anything that seems a little confusing, because it's not all true. Well thank you, former Director Smith. I will end by saying I had offered to take people biking or fishing today. That offer is still on the table. One of my board members from the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District has a lovely river ranch and was giving me hilarious valley directions on how to get to the best fishing hole today. And so I know Eric had said he would be willing to take folks out there. Amy said she wanted to go. So if anyone else wants to go fishing, that's on the table. And then I know there's a biking contingent. So we can have some enjoyable times after the meeting. Are there any questions for me? Yes, Director Schwartz.
Actually, it's technically not a question for you, but are you in fact finished? Sure. So I just wanted to add my voice to the CWCB chorus of gratitude. I always get nervous before my report and just dive right in. But I'm particularly grateful to be back in the Valley, having this been part of my Senate district for 6 out of the 8 years, and cut my teeth in the old buildings of the Conservation District. So really learned a lot about sub-districts and compacts, and I just want to thank those in the Valley who helped me understand the issues here and the last threat of water being exported at that time, but most importantly learned so much with regard to collaboration. So that radar facility is such a perfect example that patience and working together and bringing resources together creates community opportunity and solutions. And I want to thank all of you that have welcomed us to your homes here and to this valley, and just wanted to acknowledge that I'm personally very grateful to be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. Director Yan.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that if you want to look at a system that failed, is to where they took water out of a small community, is to go to the Palo Verde Irrigation District. I've been there twice, and the Metro District threw money into the community, and it doesn't work well. Money does not replace the people and the farmers that are present in the community. So it's not a good model is just to throw $50 million into a community and expect it to enhance the community somehow while you move farm families out of there. So just if you have the desire, you can always go look at that and see how that worked. It didn't work well.
Yeah, thank you for that. Director Yon and I were discussing on Tuesday how the Denver Post article made a big show of talking about the difference between the incomes on the Front Range and the incomes here, but we're not rich in cash here, we're rich in resources. And so that's what makes it special. Anyone else? Great, thank you. We have a break, so let's take a 15-minute break. Hot damn, we're ahead of schedule. So we'll be back here in 15 minutes. We should probably warn everybody. All right, we're gonna get going. We are on item 19. Just so everyone's aware, we are now being filmed, so let's try to look important. It's not a CWCB film, it's an outside bunch, and so just so we know, we're on camera now. Item 19 is financial matters. Kirk.
Good morning, Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief from the great state of Iowa. Small town at that, and I share the excitement about being in these rural communities. Agenda item 19A is an informational only item for it's in regards to the accounts that CWCB manages. And Director Yon, I too have a favorite number. It's number 4, and it's because when you hit Shift 4, you get a dollar sign. So, which is also my favorite symbol. The accounts we're looking at, the lens we look at through these accounts, remember, is the unreserved dollars that are available to the board to do the great things we do with loans and grants. And so we are fairly early in the fiscal year. Remember, the fiscal year for the state ends in June, the end of June, and we start the next July 1st. And so we're still in the process of auditing the financials out of the loan program. We do a compilation every year, and the results of that compilation lay out the next year. So we're kind of, right now, we should be about done with that compilation, but the numbers are still, we're a little bit closer on them, but they're still rounded to probably plus or minus a couple million as a starting point for this fiscal year. Looking at the construction fund, we start with an unreserved balance, and again, unreserved is not promised for any other use at this time, of about $40 million, and we'll stay focused on the projection side as this year moves forward. Most of the receipts of loans and repayments and the revenue that comes in from federal mineral lease, we haven't seen those yet because we still are early in the fiscal year. The projections from federal mineral lease are the June 2019 projections. September 20th, which is tomorrow, will be the next round of projections for those. So when we get together in November, that could be adjusted for federal mineral lease, and also the severance tax projection is part of that. And so you'll get an updated number at the next board meeting. We do see in the I try to anticipate the new loans. We also take our best stab at what might be coming in for the fiscal year. It does appear that the next board meeting could be upwards of about a $10 million list of loans coming in from the construction fund. And jumping ahead to the severance tax fund, as we discussed the other day in the Finance Committee meeting, the potential for a $100 million request of a funding package for the Arkansas Valley Conduit. We'll see what transpires between now and November. Looking down through the severance tax, staying with severance tax, an odd item is the Emergency Dam Response Fund repayment. As you remember, we approved disbursement of funds for the removal of Cacharis Dam and its safety issues. There is an anticipation that $600,000 of that will be returned to CWCB over the course of the next year and a half, and so I identified that as a negative 0.6 in the expense column just because of its unique character. As you can see in the bottom of that list in construction fund, the items that we discussed in the Finance Committee, we anticipate those last 3 items to be upwards of about $30 million in the project's bill. Those items will be presented in November for approval and your consideration. And if there's any questions on construction fund, I'll take them now. Otherwise, we'll jump into the severance tax lineup.
Thank you, Kirk. Are there any questions for Kirk about his analysis? Okay, please proceed.
Moving to the severance tax sheet, the item of note that seems a little bit out of character in this one is the loan deauthorization / reversals. We try to predict how many loans might be deauthorized or the definition of reversal to us is a loan that was under contract and they didn't use all the money. And so we reversed that money out, making it available for new activities, new projects. And so the reason that 48 million shows up there, the Ark Valley Conduit had an authorization through the projects bill for $60 million. We used 18 of that for the hydropower plant that we just celebrated its ribbon cutting Monday. The leftover money from that has now been deauthorized because that project expired, and that's the reason for the request to increase that in this upcoming projects bill for $100 million. And so I'm showing it as reversed out of that authorization and now available for use by the board. You can see under the November 19 line for potential projects, I have put a placeholder in there at $100 million. And with that, I think I do, typically I show the need to reserve $1 million for emergency agriculture drought grants. I typically, this time of year, try to prepare for that, so I should have had a $1 million set aside for that for this upcoming year, just in case. And so, just a clarification there. And that's really all I have on these two funds. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Kirk. Are there any questions for Kirk about either of the funds? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on to agenda item 20, which is water project loans. Matt, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Matt Stearns with the CWCB staff, and I will be presenting on item 20A. So the project is the Lower Cedar Mesa Ditch Piping Project. As I mentioned, the project is the Lower Cedar Mesa Ditch Piping Project. It's located, the company will be borrowing the funds, the Cedar Mesa Ditch Company, which is located in Delta County. The loan amount, including the 1% service fee, will be $1,359,460 with loan terms of 30 years at 1.55% interest. The contacts that I've been working with for this project are Eric Fritchman and Bob Halley, who are both members of the board. They are not able to attend today because they are busy handling the harvest, tending to it. But they do send their appreciation for consideration of their loan. So the Cedar Mesa Ditch Company services farms and orchards like the one in the upper left-hand corner on Cedar Mesa in Delta County. The service area for the company is just to the east of Cedar Edge and Orchard City, if you're familiar with that location. Water for the company originates on the Grand Mesa in over 20 reservoirs and is carried to the ditch company by means of Surface Creek. Any excess flows in the ditch are either returned to the Gunnison via Current Creek to the right, or to the, I should say, to the east of the service area, or back through Surface Creek to the west of the service area. In total, there are 58 stockholders that irrigate 1,043 acres of farmland with about 6,000 acre feet of water per year. The water from the ditch company is necessary for almost all of the water needed to grow delicious fruit and vegetables and hay such as the apricots that I've included in the bottom right. These are actually from Bob Halley's farm, Iguana Organic Farm. They were delicious. We really appreciate him donating them to the CWCB staff. The funny thing about it is that the water year was so good that they actually had a bumper crop, and so I kind of like to say that we rescued these from the compost pile. If he didn't get rid of them that day, he was going to compost them. So they made everybody at the office very happy once we got back. So why this project? The company, along with their engineer, determined that there was a significant amount of water loss in the ditch, primarily through the lower section. Overall, it's a 12-mile ditch, but the project site shown here is the lowest 3.5 miles. This was really made apparent last year in the drought of 2018, where ranchers lost their hay crops. And even the fruit farmers either had to buy expensive lease water or they just had to go ahead and lose their fruit crop. So the main reason for that loss of water is through the actual soils in the area that this was constructed. I've included on the left side of the slide the NRCS surface water management rating, which is a measure of the suitability of the native soils for water conveyance structures. And so you can see the yellow is what is considered somewhat limited for that capacity or suitability. But the project site is primarily in these red areas, which are considered very limited for their ability to convey that water. And what that means is that without having to do major modifications to the soil, such as soil reclamation or special designs, or in this case, piping, it does have some issues for delivering water. Also a factor in this is that there is a significant amount of leaching of salt and selenium in this area, particularly again in this lower section. It's through Manco Shale in this area. And so NRCS estimates that just this 3.5 mile section contributes about 800 tons per year. So by piping this section, they'll have a significant reduction in that. Some secondary issues that they were also looking at controlling are maintenance concerns, which for any open ditch is always a concern, getting in there and making sure that the water's flowing and that everything's clean. But also there was a concern around public safety. The picture in the bottom right is of the ditch, and as you can see, it's directly adjacent to the county road, and that's the case for several miles of this ditch, without any vehicular or pedestrian protection from that ditch. So the county will be pretty happy if this does get piped, because it will remove that public safety issue. Following up, I've included this slide on the left side. Not so much, I understand that the words on here aren't really legible, but I wanted to show kind of the scale and scope of the project. So the proposed piping area will go through these farms that are all fed off of the irrigation water from the ditch company. Each one of those text boxes is to show different structures or the type of piping in the area. And in fact, they're going to be doing 3.5 miles of piping along with 1 inlet structure and 15 turnout structures for the farms along this section. Piping this is estimated to recover approximately 720 acre-feet per year, so it's a pretty substantial amount of the water that they're sending through the ditch. Remember, that's 6,000 acre-feet per year. But there is another major facet of this project, and that's co-funding with the NRCS program known as EQIP, which is Environmental Quality Incentives Program. And so that program provides grant funding to individual farmers to do improvements to their irrigation system. And that can include off-site, or I should say off-farm upstream property. And so that's where the piping and the headgate structures that they'll be utilizing can be paid out of that. You might see 3 separate yellow cross-hatched areas, and those are actually the farmers that are getting the NRCS reimbursement for the construction. And 2 of those people are board members that I mentioned, Eric Fritchman and Bob Halley. And the other one is just a member of the company, but they've graciously decided to do this to help make the project more affordable. Overall construction is planned to start this fall and expected to complete in 2021 or 2022, depending upon weather conditions and also how smoothly the reimbursement requests and inspections from NRCS go. So taking a look at the financials for the project, the total project cost is $1,346,000, but with that service fee, we are requesting an approval of $1,359,460. The NRCS EQIP grant will be $1,046,000. So that will reduce the final loan amount for the company to an estimated $313,460. And that does include the 1% service fee on the total amount of the loan, because we do expect that we will be paying that and getting reimbursed from the NRCS funds. The loan will be at the agricultural interest rate of 1.55% for the 30 years. And it's anticipated that the annual loan obligation for the first 10 years will be $14,460. Financial ratios for the borrower indicate an average 2-strong borrower, and the collateral will be a pledge of assessment revenues and the Cedar Mesa ditch pipeline itself. So as I mentioned, representatives from the company weren't able to attend because they are busy with the harvest, but they do want to send their appreciation for consideration. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Matt, thanks for that great presentation. You're a natural.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Matt about the project? Yes, Director Schwartz.
And thank you, Matt. It's really, I think it's such an important project for that community. Are the NRCS equipped dollars, have they been committed?
Yes, they are contracted with those individual farmers currently.
Okay, thank you.
Director Yon.
Thanks, Matt. I don't know this for sure, but I think you may be the first time presenter that was filmed. So well done.
It'll go on the record.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, lots of pressure on you there. But a lot of our farmers use the NRCS EQIP program to put in pipelines, especially on laterals off our canal. So this is a good way to leverage funds, and I'm glad that they could come to us as well. Do you think there will be less diversion in the ditch at times because now they're piped? Or do you think the diversions will stay up around the 6,000 acre-foot level? Do you have a feel for that?
I don't have a strong feeling for it. It's not something that we talked about, but obviously I think everybody is always interested in having water. So I think they would continue to divert at the same rate.
Okay, it'd just be stretched out further through the ditch.
Correct.
All the time. Okay.
More opportunities for growing.
All right. Well, thanks, Matt.
Okay.
Great. Any additional questions? Please proceed. Do we have staff recommendation?
Staff recommendation is to approve a loan not to exceed $1,359,460, $1,346,000 $8,000 of that for project costs, and $13,460 for the 1% service fee to the Cedar Mesa Ditch Company for costs related to the ditch piping project from the severance tax perpetual base fund. Following construction and the receipt of the NRCS funds, staff further recommends the loan be amended to the remaining loan balance plus the 1% service fee. The loan terms shall be 30 years at an agricultural interest rate of 1.55% per annum, and security for the loan shall be in compliance with CWCB Financial Policy 5. There is an additional contract condition that we are requesting, and that's prior to substantial completion of the project loan contract, the company shall submit to the CWCB an amount equal to the reimbursement from NRCS.
Great, thank you. Any discussion? Yeah, Director Anderson.
I would say you were lucky to find some apricots on the western slope. My rule of thumb, it's once in 10 years. I took advantage of it this year and canned my mother's favorite, or my favorite too, pineapple apricot jam, and it is top shelf.
Hopefully you'll share some.
Anyway, with that comment, I recommend we approve staff's recommendation for the loan to Cedar Mesa.
Second.
Great, it's been moved by Director Anderson and seconded by Director Yon to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 20. Is there any discussion? Sorry, Director Schwartz, just not fast enough. Yeah, quick draw yawn over here. Seeing no discussion, we shall proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Matt. All right, so we discussed a quick change in the agenda this morning, so we're going to bump up agenda item 24 at this time, and then we'll get back on track. And so, Alex.
Good morning. Thanks for the flexibility. And for the record, this is Alex Funk, CWCB staff. Before you this morning is a alternative transfer method grant. Again, this grant program funds projects that further the Colorado Water Plan goals associated with alternative transfer methods and to promote alternatives to permanent buy and dry. This application is from the Palmer Land Trust, who is serving as the fiscal agent for the Bessemer Project Association. This is an umbrella organization that includes both Rocky Mountain Farmers Union and Palmer Land Trust. It was formed in 2015 in response to the purchase of a significant portion of the shares on the Bessemer Ditch system, which is located in the lower Arkansas Valley, basically right below Pueblo Reservoir, to Pueblo Board of Water Works. Some of the analysis that these applicants have done have shown that of the shares that have been purchased by Pueblo, a significant portion of those overlay basically the prime farmland in this region, which is largely tied to the ag economy and supports a lot of the crops that we all know and love, including Pueblo chilies. And, kind of grew concerned that this transfer was going to have some really serious effects on the community. So these two entities, RMFU and Palmer, have been really looking at different approaches to sort of mitigate some of the impacts of that potential transfer. And two of those would be a focus of this grant. And so the first would be a sort of broad economic impact analysis that would start with a baseline of the current economic output of the Bessemer Ditch or agriculture region, and then sort of look at how that permanent transfer would sort of affect those economic outputs, as well as exploring different alternatives such as leasing, IWSAs, rotational fallowing, and sort of provide an output or sort of a comparison on what the different economic implications were for each of those. The second piece, which sort of digs down to more of a parcel level, is this web-based decision support tool. And that would actually look at parcel by parcel in the ditch system in context with those different leasing arrangements sort of how you would basically accomplish that in terms of, potential crop shifting and irrigation management, and to provide sort of more of a refined picture of what some of those more localized results are. And not just economic ones as well. I mean, some of the work that these two groups have done is look at, what are the water quality potential implications for fallowing arrangements if you were to take more marginal ground out of production. And so a lot of potential benefits with this project. I'll also just note that, once this tool is created, it could be applied to different leasing, other parts of the state that are kind of grappling with the same question of, what are some of the trade-offs between permanent reductions in irrigated acreage with something that involves temporary fallowing or rotational fallowing. So I think potential broad application to this tool once it's created, this tool will be limited to the Bessemer, but having talked with the applicants, it could be modified to look at other parts of the state as well. So that's something that, the water plan talks about how ATMs can be designed to mitigate some of those economic impacts or even create a net positive for areas of origin. And so a lot of potential for CWCB and other water users for this tool once it's up and running. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about this application and provide a recommendation.
Thank you, Alex. Are there any questions about the application? Yes, Director Trick.
Can you discuss Pueblo Waterworks' role in this, if any? Because it seems to me like it's sort of an after-the-fact kind of issue here where they've already purchased the shares. They can dry up, take the shares they want at any time. I mean, what's their role here? Do they have one? First of all.
Good question, Director Trick. Yes, and so there's a few different alternatives that are being explored, not so in part with this grant, but also separate projects, one of those being a potential substitution provision in the change case that would essentially allow for, rather than the shares that are on that prime farmland to be dried up, the shares would be reallocated or moved from other pieces of the Bessemer ditch system to sustain that, but still meet the demand, like what's basically in the decree. And that provision, which is, it's fairly complicated, and I only know like that, basically that kind of like high level, that's basically what they're trying to explore through another project, but Pueblo has been involved in that discussion and even signed off on allowing for some potential share reallocations around the system. I think their main concern is they don't want to see in any of these different arrangements any reduction in how much they've paid for or how much they're going to receive through the change case and to meet their water supply needs. But they have been active participants in that conversation with Palmer and the Bessemer Project Association. And as to the change case, which actually I should note isn't finalized, there's been a settlement on it with the main proponents in the change case, and there's still exchange piece. So that's still being sort of developed. I think what some of this information will go to is sort of the next step in the process where the community or the county is sort of making a decision on how to, with this transfer, kind of taking a look at how is that going to affect the community, and are there ways that we can potentially weigh in and influence on how we can potentially manage some of those impacts. That's sort of what this project is sort of designed to influence, to be sort of a tool for the community in making some of those decisions in the wake of the change case.
Director Schwartz.
And thank you. Madam Chair, I just want to acknowledge the role of the Palmer Land Trust. I think this is really a great opportunity for the conservation community to step in and help facilitate this discussion. So my question is that it will be basically managing the ditch system, and so does the ditch company, will they make decisions around the allocation of the water moving forward? What lands will be have their diversions cut? How are these decisions going to be made, and who's going to, or is it really ultimately going to be falling on the ditch company to make those choices?
It's a good question, Director Schwartz, and to my knowledge, as part of the Bessemer Project Association, the ditch company has been involved in those conversations and sort of some of the analysis. I'm happy to share it with the board too. There was a report that was put out a couple years ago now called Navigating the Wake of Municipal Water Sales. That kind of goes into sort of this analysis of what some of these potential impacts are going to be, and or starts to kind of dig into, could we potentially do some of this share reallocation to address that concern? And so, I mean, I think the ditch company has been involved up to this point in those conversations, and Palmer is still this is still a very conceptual model in some cases. I mean, it's never really been done before to like kind of move shares from one, marginal parcels to more prime. So it's a little bit new, and I can't speak for the ditch company on like sort of like what their take is on that initially, but they've been supportive of this, like, I guess, exploration of these alternatives and options as a way to keep at least those prime farmland parcels in production, and kind of look at maybe new cropping opportunities or irrigation management methods to, allow for some ag production to continue even with the change case, and to still maybe not have the economic output kind of remain the same, or if better, depending on different arrangements that this web tool could potentially explore.
Follow-up question? Thank you. Just with regard to Pueblo Waterworks, is there a phase-in terms of when they will start to utilize these shares of the Bessemer ditch? What is the timing of that, and does it give this community time to work on this ATM proposal? What's the timeframe?
Yeah, another great question, Director Schwartz. And the answer to that is that yes, these shares have not been actually changed over yet. There is a leaseback provision of 20 years, so that wouldn't kick in until 2029. And so yes, part of the design of this project would be to, given that time, to see if there are different alternatives that could work for Pueblo, as well as the Bessemer dish itself.
Thank you.
Director Trick.
Just a couple more follow-up questions. Bear with me, Alex. On the budget sheet, there is a list of sources. Two of them say private investor. Why is that listed that way, and why are those investors not disclosing who they are?
I'm not entirely sure. Do you know what page that's on?
Let's see. It's after the scope of work, or after the statement of work pages. I can't tell you a page. I only have a PDF page, sorry.
Just pulling that up.
It's sort of near the end of the packet, I think.
That's something that, because I was going to say it was the gates, but those are listed. So off the top of my head, I'm not quite sure why they're listed that way. I can get more information on that, if they're entities that are local or
I was just curious as to why they wouldn't want to disclose who they are if they're contributing to the project. So if we can find out, that would be good.
Okay.
Or find out why it's listed that way. It's just a curiosity of mine, I guess.
That's something I can definitely follow up with the applicants about before we go to contracting on this.
And another follow-up question for you. So I'm generally in favor of any tool that can help to mitigate dry up, buy and dry, look at ATM methods. I'm kind of wondering, with all the tools we already have existing in ArcDSS that just came online, what's different about this one, and why is it necessary to create a whole new tool framework? And then I'm kind of doubtful about its ability to be applied statewide without significant modifications made to the inputs or the data or otherwise. So can you kind of speak to that a little bit?
Sure. And I don't proclaim to be an ArcDSS expert, and I can maybe follow up with Brian, but to my knowledge, I don't know if that provides a economic analysis of any change case. It's definitely a data input into how I think water can potentially be moved around in the system, but I don't know if that would then provide, what would be the direct and indirect economic impacts of that potential change case. I don't know if ArcDSS provides that information or not, and that's something that, there are tools out there like InPlan, the work that the Water Bank Working Group is doing is also using implant as well. And so I think it's more just, we haven't had a formal standalone tool that just looks at that one particular, what are the potential benefits or negative outcomes of any potential change case. I don't think any of the state resources, to my knowledge, provide that information. And to your second question, well, yeah, this would be limited to this particular application, but I've talked to the applicants and they said that, yeah, with some potential, like basically this would create the like framework or institutional groundwork for that tool. But yes, it would require additional resources to it to be modified, to be applied to other potential regions or other potential projects across the state, which potentially could be a follow-up, but this would at least create the institutional sort of tool itself that then could be like tweaked for other additional applications. And Palmer said that it will be publicly available and available on their website and other resources. So it's something that can be hopefully refined and used by other entities that are interested in sort of exploring the similar information or gathering that information.
Thanks, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Alex? Yeah, Director Goebel.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thank you, Alex, for that presentation. It's kind of a complex thing to describe. Similar to Director Trick, in general, I'm not supportive of permanent buy and dry, but in this case, you know, that ship has already sailed, and that's not what we're talking about today. That being said, I do see an opportunity, or see this as an opportunity to explore the economic effects of the before and after of buy and dry and the viability of keeping prime irrigated lands in production. Through the Arkansas, I can think of dozens and dozens of examples of prime irrigated ground that was dried up, that if there was an opportunity to find less productive ground that was on a neighboring farm that they could have switched, it would have still, you know, it would have been more beneficial than what happened. So because of that, I'm supportive of this grant. And if there's no further questions, well, actually, we need a staff recommendation first.
Staff recommendation, and I will follow up on the budget piece, but staff recommendation currently is for approval of up to $150,000 for this project.
Director Goebel.
So with that, I would move to approve staff recommendation on agenda item number 24.
It's been moved by Director Goebel and seconded by Director Brody to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 24. Is there any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, we shall proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, we are going to go back on our original schedule. So our next agenda item is item 21, which is an informational item about the Rio Grande Cooperative Project. Kirk.
Thank you, Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. I have the honor to introduce this next project, the Rio Grande Reservoir Rehabilitation Project. And the superintendent of the district, Rob Phillips, will be presenting some of the details of this project. And in the audience, former Director Smith, an integral part of getting this project underway. I'm sure he's excited to see its progress. I wanted to give a real brief history of how we got to this point when it comes to money. This was in a projects bill in 2012 for $30 million, and it was identified as a cooperative project. And as this project has moved forward, I really see how the vision of Director Smith and those in the valley have seen the value of improving this reservoir that was causing problems because of its limitations in the way the water was released. It had a range of flows that they couldn't release without doing damage to the reservoir, and that they're trying to solve that problem with this project, and it will make a huge impact on the entire river system and all those that rely on that. The project's bill in 2012 had a $30 million cooperative project amount. Of that, $10 million was dedicated to a loan to the Parks and Wildlife as a 0% interest loan, and the other $20 million was available to the Rio Grande the San Luis Valley Irrigation District for this project. And of that 20, 5 was a dedicated grant. The district moved forward with the spending of that $5 million on some rehab work on some leaking the dam was experiencing, and also doing the final design for the project. Well, during that final design, it was apparent that the price to repair that outlet was increasing, and so they came back, and in the 2017 projects bill, we upped that total package to $40 million, which allowed the district access to some additional grant money. And where it is now, it is a total package of $30 million to the district, of which 15 is grant and 15 is a loan. And I think without a doubt, without the state's assistance financially on this, it can't be done. It is a very expensive project, very complex. Many of you have heard me talk about this project. It's almost like watching a surgeon do open heart surgery on a patient. It's trying to keep the stream active, and not only that, but working in the conditions. And I'm sure Rob will show some pictures this last winter and the intense snow amounts that were up there. I would see pictures come out of the project where the equipment and things were scattered on the reservoir to be worked on with the next day, and they show up, and you can imagine wrenches and generators under 4 feet of snow and trying to get things started and found and going through all that. So with that said, I'm going to turn this over to Rob, and he will share the great story of this reservoir. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Rob, thanks for being here. Please introduce yourself and who you're with
Sure.
for the record.
For the record, my name is Rob Phillips. I'm the superintendent of San Luis Valley Irrigation District. I'm here today to just to get you guys up to speed. I feel like just a few years back, I got my Master's of Water Resources at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque, and I feel like this is my second dissertation with Kirk being on my team. I can't say enough about Kirk. He is a coach, a referee. He goes through the financials with a fine-tooth comb. Every payment application that we put together, we discuss in thorough detail. We talk to the principal engineer, and I just want to say thank you, Kirk, for being the individual that he is. He's really helped us through a lot of this. It is, like he was saying, a very complex project. I've got some slides here I'd like to share with the board. First of all, maybe I can use it with this. Yeah. Okay. I'd like to show the board kind of what has been done so far, what we expect to do this year. We're in year 2 of this project. On this slide here, you can see the first season, November of 18 through April of 19. We installed a new intake and guard structure on the upstream side of the tunnel. We lined the tunnel, the upstream section from the intake to the existing existing gates in the dam with shotcrete, 2 classes of shotcrete and rock bolts. And with the downstream end of the dam, which is from the existing gates down to the portal, we installed a 126-inch diameter encased pipe. Second season, as you can see, we began on August 20th of 19 until we're expecting to be done July of 2020. We are going to complete the outlet valve house, which is positioned about 200 feet downstream of the dam now, rather than being inside the middle of the dam. We are going to construct a bypass tunnel around the existing gates rather than to rip through the gates. And we're going to finish the drains and the buttress project work that was some done in phase 1 of the project. This photograph behind the diagram kind of gives you an idea where the man camp location is situated, back behind the caretaker's house, where the dam is. Kind of gives you a feel of where everything's situated. Here's another, just a diagram of what has been completed so far. Of course, starting in the upper left-hand corner, completed the new intake structure, completed the Class 1 and Class 3 support in the upstream tunnel, and placed the concrete encased 126-inch pipe. In your handout, I did include a budget sheet that I gave the board. And if you have any questions about that towards the end of the presentation, be sure and address. I'll try to address whatever questions you have. Now, here's, I just wanted to throw this up for reference. Here we have the outlet gates in 1912, and then here they're the same location with a picture of myself, Don Deere, the principal engineer in the middle, and then our board president, Randall Palmgren. Okay, I'm just going to kind of go through some slides in the chronological order of when we started last year and then kind of up to this point. I'll try not to go too fast. I have kind of a nervous problem, so you'll have to bear with me with my speech disorder, but I'll try my best here. August 2018, we start to lower the reservoir down to the cofferdam. That is a very critical point of, or part of this whole project. As we come down onto the cofferdam, you can see it there. It's in front of the existing intake structure now. There's actually a cofferdam administration procedure that we have to follow to try to get the water upstream of the cofferdam down to draw down through the cofferdam pool, which takes about 2 weeks to do. As we got down, this is the cofferdam headgate structure. As we got down, lowering the water around that, we noticed that there was a vortex right behind the metal of the existing cofferdam headgate structure. Now this is engineered as the cofferdam headgates, of course, stay in place and open as you raise and lower the water level in the lake, so the water can pass through it right onto the outlet gates in the dam. But we noticed we had a problem right off the bat with this critical part of the whole project, so we end up going in and installing another cofferdam so we can repair the existing cofferdam. What had happened was the concrete pipes in the headgate structure had actually moved far enough to where the water was leaking through the splices on those 3 pipes. So we went in and we repaired them with a steel liner and then just encased it with concrete. At that same time, right after the 1st of November, we began building the man camp, which is just situated downstream of the reservoir dam. We have a cement batch plant there, and of course, the man camp area where the employees stay. This is the last picture of the original intake structure as the water, as we get prepared to go ahead and remove it. There in November, didn't take them very long to get it out of there, and they if I can get my thinking pattern right here, this mold screw moved extremely fast. It's remarkable to see how fast this construction crew can get things done. But within a short while, they had the intake structure out. Like I was saying, the critical part of this whole project is being able to impound the water above the cofferdam structure while the employees work in the tunnel. So at this point right here, this is our first water impoundment period. We hold the water behind the cofferdam to the point to where while the employees are working down in the tunnel, and then we have to vacate the tunnel and then go ahead and do a drawdown procedure is what we call it. Towards the latter part of November, our batch plan is up and running. The man camp is all ready to go. We start forming and putting together the intake structure. Harrison Western LLC is the mining company that does the mining work in the tunnel. They came in on November 15th and began installing rock bolts for us. We ended up installing 120 rock bolts in the upstream tunnel. November 16th, we start pouring the intake slab down at the intake structure. In the downstream end of the tunnel, like I was telling you, I'm referencing the downstream as from the existing gates out to the portal. We have to blast the invert and muck that out so we can get a good elevation for our encased pipe. Eric Gavin is our blaster for H&W, and he just blasted the invert there, so we got a good loose outcropping to go ahead and muck out. By November 21st, our water level's getting fairly high. We decide to go ahead and shut down for Thanksgiving, get the crews out, and go and do our first drawdown procedure. You just open up the gates, get everything out of the tunnel, and let it go on out to the river. By November 28th, this is what it looks like when we come back to work. The brow of the intake structure had a lot of fracture in it, so we ended up putting a lot of rock bolts in the face of that, which H&W did with their team. Got the equipment in the downstream tunnel and started mucking out the invert, November 28th. By November 30th, most of the muck is out. We got a little water leaking through in different places down through the tunnel, but for the most part, it's in pretty good shape. The mucking part is. Another picture of it by December 4th. He's almost into the existing slide gates in the dam. Here we're in our second water impoundment period. Okay, by December 10th, we've already poured our first level of intake walls and we're framing up the second level. We just did it in sections as we went up. By December 13th, we had already got a mud mat poured into downstream portal. We had it all mucked out, went in, and like I was telling you, it's remarkable how quick this construction crew can get things done. Of course, you got to keep in mind we have a cement batch plant right there. We have three cement trucks running constantly, and they can just get it done. It doesn't take them very long at all. Of course, they're working 7 days a week too. Here's another picture of that mud mat in the downstream tunnel. This just a picture of some of the rock bolts and stuff in the upstream tunnel. Now, there was a few rock bolts put down below the gates, but most of the rock bolts in the shotcrete is on the upstream side of the tunnel. We come in and the methodology to install the 126-inch pipe is to build a narrow gauge rail system on that mud mat and haul the pieces in on a pipe cart. So this picture here is showing we're getting the narrow gauge rail put on the mud mat. Another picture of it. That's the existing slide gates in the middle of the dam, and we're coming out towards the portal with the narrow gauge. Okay, at the same time, we've got about 3 crews working. We have the miners working, putting in the rock bolts. We have the team working on the downstream side of the tunnel with the narrow gauge, and we also have a crew working on the intake, all at the same time. So the intake's getting formed a little bit more. That's December 19th, 2018. By December 21st, it's poured. The top sections are poured, heated. We used a lot of heat and a lot of fuel to keep those heaters going. Here's our board that came up and visited on the 21st. It's a great board. They're usually involved in it as much as possible, and come up and see us as often as they can too. Mark Biager, Sheldon Rocky, Terry Childs, Tuck Slane, and Randall Palmgren. John Slane was a former board member. He still stays very involved. And of course, Grant is Mark's son. Okay, and one last picture of the narrow gauge rail. You'll also see that slip line attached along the north wall there, which will bring in the concrete to encase the pipe as we come back out with the pipe. Okay, by December 27th, we're getting snow and we're getting really cold. We shut down for Christmas, did another drawdown, and now we're coming back up. As you can see, the temperatures are getting down. By July, we were down probably 30 to 35 below outside. One more picture of the narrow gauge going in. One thing about it, as long as we could keep both portals of the tunnel closed off, with the big heaters running in there, temperatures in the tunnel were 50 to 60 degrees. Okay, December 29th, we bring in our first piece of pipe. Here's the pipe cart I was telling you about. It's hydraulically controlled. They're bringing it out to catch the pipe on this photograph. Get it out, we put the first chunk on the pipe cart, and we just walk it in. That piece of pipe right there is 22,000 pounds. Every one of those of about 270 feet were about that heavy. It was a remarkable feat by Moltz to come up with that plan. It just, I was amazed how fast they could actually get that pipe together. By December 29th, we had 2 to 3 pieces in. The pipe cart comes up, lifts the elevation, the invert elevation of the pipe where they want it, they brace it, and then the pipe cart drops down and they take it out. Another picture of it, you can see the slick line coming in alongside of it. After we get a few pieces of pipe in, then they start carrying the concrete out with it. January 2nd, very cold, very cold. There's a picture of the pipes coming on the other side of the cofferdam. Kind of what the cofferdam structure looked like at that time. As they come out with encasing the concrete, we get up to the flow line of the pipe, which was right at about 2 to 3 feet in thickness. They did it in sections, and then we decided to go ahead and put a ADS drain pipe down underneath within the concrete to try to drain off any extra water or anything that might be a nuisance if you're working on the pipe, the main pipe. Here's a picture of the upstream tunnel with the rock bolts and stuff. As you can see, we still got a lot of problems with our invert there, a lot of muck, mud. Here's our mining crew from the Harrison Western. Very tough, ornery individuals. Just a picture of a batch plant. What I'm showing here is we're getting ready to, on January 17th, to place all of the shotcrete. There's a lot of shotcrete and a lot of work in that upstream tunnel. We had to heat everything, heat the pump. That's a shotcrete pump within a tent. So you had to have everything heated, had to heat the pipeline going down into the tunnel. And then, of course, here they're applying the shotcrete. That's a very dangerous job. That nozzle right there has 3,000 PSI on it. That's why there's about 4 people working with him all the time. The intake, with all the fracture that we had that we found after we got in there, we ended up putting right at 12 inches of shotcrete is what we placed. And it was in 3 layers, and we had to apply concrete wire in between the layers. It was kind of a finished product of the top, the brow, right there at the intake. Had about 100 years of silt and sedimentation in the bottom of that invert in the upstream tunnel, which was a mess. A lot of that work had to be done the old-fashioned way. Went in there with buckets and shovels, and we pressurized some water and tried to wash it out. That's kind of a finished floor that was there for 100 years, where they just mined it right into the rock there. At that same time, we're still working on the intake. That's the concrete crew. He's up working, starting to form the deck. Another picture of it there. Keep in mind right now it's well below zero outside. Okay, by January 22nd, they have all that mucked out there in the invert in the upstream tunnel, and they've got an invert poured. It was just that quick. We were all wanting to celebrate about this point and have a big party in there, but it was quite a feat to see that all completed that fast. There's kind of a picture of the shotcrete process as we had to heat everything. I've got a picture in here too of it, another picture of the shotcrete, but the batch plant is set up as such that they can back the truck right into the plant and everything stays warm. The building is warm and the concrete goes into the truck warm, and he's got about a quarter-mile run to where he pours it. It's warm all the time. It was really a neat setup. There's Kirk came up quite a bit this last year. Matt Gavin is the state dam inspector. Always kept an eye on us, kept on, on the work and stuff, the quality of the work. Okay, now they got the deck formed on the intake, January 25th, and they pour that same day with a pump truck. Went well into the night. Like I said, they work usually around the clock. Right after that pour, we do it would have been our fourth drawdown. Even as cold as it was, that water flowed right on through there, and I was just going to show you how that went. We just move as much of the loose equipment as we can out of the tunnel to make that. Pass it right on through the pipe. By this time, we're getting close to the portal with our pipe, and right on out to the river. Okay, February 5th, we come back. We're starting to get quite a bit of snow now. The decks, they got the forms off the deck. They're just trying to get all the structure out of the intake that supported that deck while they poured it. We start shotcreting some more in the upstream tunnel. There's the existing gates that we're looking at right there in the dam. Just a picture of the batch plant, like I was telling you, how everything stays hot. It was decided to put an intake pier wall at the intake structure back in the tunnel a little bit because of all that fractured rock as well. So that's a formed picture of that pier wall to support the deck and everything in the crown of the tunnel. Lots of concrete, lots of concrete. That batch plant stayed busy on different projects just about every day. One day we would shotcrete, that's a special mix. One day we would do the consolidated concrete, which is the encasement for the pipe, that's a special concrete. And then we'd go back and pour intake walls and stuff like that. So that batch plant operator is mixing a different batch all the time. This consolidated concrete here is designed where it runs fairly fast and can fill in gaps and grooves within that tunnel pretty easy. But as you can see, it's fairly confining. There's the finished pier wall, February 20th. You can look out and see, we're still very, very cold at that point. We started installing the intake structure. There's a good picture of what the lake looked like on February 23rd, getting ready for our next drawdown. The intake structure is designed with stop log gates, which are just slide gates down in front of the trash rack, which you can actually store behind and come in to inspect the tunnel. Very, very good idea. So on the 23rd, we decided to go ahead and slip them in, and we're going to do a water test on them. We're going to fill that cofferdam pull up and see how the seals and everything test. So that's what we're doing there. Stop logs are in. I'm standing up behind the stop logs, looking back up, and we're doing a seal test at this time. So we're finished. Here's just kind of another picture of the trash rack before we do the seal test. By February 23rd, we got most of the pipe encased. We're just lacking the very top of it, and the top will be done with a grout. And the grout is pumped up through ports at the top of the steel pipe. That's how you finish the very top of the encasement. So I just kind of wanted to point that out. There's our seal test. There's actually butterfly valves within the stop logs that you can open and close to equalize the water pressure on both sides of the stop log. That's what the crews are doing at that point. Pull the top stop log out after the seal test. Another very critical item for this project was to build a bypass channel on the downstream side of the dam so the crews could come in early on year 2 and work in the stream channel. Harrison Western came in and they started peeling back the mountain so we could make a bypass channel around our work area for our valve house. They started that in February 27th of this spring. Very critical point of this project because I'll keep showing you how it works out. March 7th, we're out to the portal. That's the end of the portal there with our pipe. Crews are getting ready to go ahead and do the concrete around the very end there. March 15th, that's how much snow we had. That's the man camps. We had total accumulation of snow right there was little over 100 inches last week. It was for the environment that those people had to work with. Luckily, we only had one guy that got sick and had to leave the project. Everybody else stayed busy. This is the high wall. As they peeled that back, we had to support it, so we put rock bolts and coarse cement wire on that. This year, they'll come back in and actually shotcrete that, the parts that'll be exposed. Here's a picture of what it looked like March 25th, still very much wintertime, very cold, a lot of snow. Okay, now we're getting close to where we're try to pull out the bottom stop logs and actually close the gates, the center gates, they're over here, and start storing water for the irrigation season in 2019. So the problem we had was those two bottom stop logs gates were down in there for so long that they froze in place. So it took us until way into the night to get them back out of there. By March 25th, our high wall is down to our bypass channel elevation. We start filling the reservoir. Right there, I've got everything, the cofferdam head gates open. We're getting kind of a backwash from the cofferdam pulled back to the reservoir, which we thought may have been the reason for the original failure of the cofferdam gates back last fall. When it was filled last time, it may have pushed the whole thing back. We're filling the reservoir at this point. There again, with the slide gates in the middle of the dam closed. The cofferdam head gate material is all, the gates and everything are all removed, and you just start filling up the pool. There's another picture of it, April 13th, we're still rising. We asked the division engineer if we could stay off, shut down and exchange our inflows the first part of April with the Santa Maria, so we could actually get in and complete the bypass channel and build our first cutoff wall for the valve house. That's the downstream cutoff wall for the valve house. By April 19th, we had it poured. We're starting to put in the common rock field back behind the cutoff wall, which is the foundation for the valve house. August 1st, my wife and I went out to San Sebastian, Spain, and we got to spend a week out there with the Urbanox factory people so they could get me up to speed on the valves and everything. It was a great trip. I spent a lot of time in the factory studying the valves, and of course they went over the operation manual, and it was just a tremendous opportunity. That is the second largest valve, cone valve, that Urbanox has ever built. The only one bigger is out in California. They do a lot of work with California people. Those valves have heaters in them. The shaft has a heating element in it. It's got a heating blanket back about midway of it. And then the slides that support the cone valve has a heating element in it. Reason being is we can run these valves in the wintertime. We can actually make some releases anticipated maybe in the future. We actually got to fill the valve itself up with water, and we did pressure tests to see if it would hold water, if it leaked water, work the valves back and forth, see how the water went in. It was just really neat. Okay, April 25th, well, I kind of went back there a little bit, but before we got too much involved with the water season, we did get all of our rock fill back behind in the foundation area. By May 5th, we're flowing water. Unfortunately, with all that snow that we had, it gave us a tremendous water year. I shouldn't say unfortunate, it was very fortunate, but for construction purposes, it was very unfortunate. But we did okay. Everything stayed intact. We were actually able to release high amounts of water without causing any damage to any of the infrastructure that we put in there. And so I just thought I'd give you a shot of the water coming out of the pipe. By August 20th, the division engineer in Santa Maria is working with us. We're exchanging inflows. We're getting a good start to go ahead and get that valve house going. And gosh, guys, September 13th, they've got 2 pours done. They actually are pouring the last of the slab today. So they anticipate to have, if the valves come in, which we are told that they have been shipped to Houston, we may have a valve house put together by the 1st of November. It's been an incredible job. I just wanted to emphasize too that, like Kirk had said, this wouldn't have happened without CWCB. This takes a lot of money. We're 12 miles off of a highway at 9,600 feet. It takes a lot of money to do something like this, and that grant money and everything is so important for a job like this. We just want to thank you for that. And with that, that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Rob. I think I've seen you give a similar presentation a couple times, and I still learn something new every time, and it's exciting to see the new pictures you've added. So thanks for coming and for sharing, and it's clear that you've enjoyed being in the depths of this project. Maybe not every day, but thank you so much for coming. Are there any questions for Rob about his project? Yeah, Director Anderson.
Amazing project. I have a frame of reference for this, having worked on the Crystal Dam diversion tunnel and a diversion tunnel in North Georgia when I was a lot younger. Amazing that you utilize the tunnel to draw your reservoir down through it, and what a logistics nightmare that had to have been. Very impressive. The thing about a tunnel, there's one way in and one way out, and then to flood it in the meantime, what a job. Great presentation, and thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Sure.
Sorry, Director Goebel. One thing that Rob did not mention, and maybe it was by design, was the smell of the fish that were stuck in that tunnel during the first drawdown, and the quantity of those fish. I think that's a memory that I'll never lose. That was quite an intense moment when they had to clean that out.
It was a mess.
Director Goebel?
Yeah, I was just going to say, thanks for the presentation and all the photos. Just amazing to think about the complexity, and then the photo of the folk, or the gentleman in 1912 standing there, and all the work that they did without the power tools that we have today. I mean, it's just incredible. I was curious if any tools were lost whenever you're doing those drawdowns. I know in remodeling a kitchen once, having to, I know this is not even on the same level, but having to pick up all my tools just so we could use the kitchen, I just can't imagine shutting down a whole, construction site to run water through it, and then here we go again, so.
Yes, it is a feat that, it takes them 2 days at least just to get everything out. And then they've got 2 days downtime getting everything back in. And this year, with the snowpack that we had this last winter, our springs are charged above the reservoir now, and we're seeing about twice the amount of inflow that we normally see. And so we're anticipating a lot more drawdowns this year. The contractor is actually going to go in October and increase the crest of the cofferdam about 4 feet to try to help alleviate some of that problem, because you start looking, they projected 10 drawdowns this winter with that much inflow. That's a lot of downtime. So it's going to be an interesting year.
Director Yon?
Yeah, thanks. This is, the engineers up here are fascinated by this. So anyway, this is really good stuff. So the bypass, you made a bypass around your old intake structure, and do you have to fill that with concrete, or what do you do when you're done?
When we're done, and this, you can kind of see it in this photograph right here, the bypass channel's on the other side of the shoring. That valve house is completely concrete. And that we're looking at the first floor of 3 floors. And so we're going to fill that whole canyon right there in, and the valve house clear up to, you can see some black pipe that's sticking about halfway down the cutoff wall. That's where the fill level is. So we'll just fill it all with dirt and riprap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, and the aggregate for your concrete, was it all local? Did you have to or grind up some stuff to put in, or was
They're actually hauling it in.
They're hauling
from
it in? Wow.
Local people here in the valley and from over Salida. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for all the pictures.
You're welcome.
Director Schwartz?
And thank you. What a terrific presentation, and having been through the early concept of this and carried the bill, and never beginning to appreciate the kind of work and effort, and just debt of gratitude to your crew, who were talented and determined to get a very, very difficult job done. I don't think any of us would want to be in their shoes. It was really something. So grateful you're so close to where you want to be in such a really relatively short time. Just one question, I think is there any opportunity for any kind of a hydro retrofit on this, taking advantage of any of the flows for any energy that can be produced by the new facility?
We actually, in the original design, there is actually a port that we can, at some point, install a generator of some sort. We actually did put that in place. That right here, when on the crane side of the valve house, we have a bifurcation, which is a split in the pipe that'll go into 2 84s and 1 36-inch pipe. And on one of those pipes, there is a portal that we could do that someday.
Great. Well, Director Anderson, only took him 100 years to get his in place, so I think you've got some time.
Any additional questions for Rob? I think Rob, it's awesome to see where you're at, and then I look forward to you coming back when it's all done and showing us those final pictures. And then something that Rob's been working on, you know, what was contemplated as part of the cooperative project was with the rehabilitation of some major reservoirs in the valley, being able to better utilize the water that's being stored in them for multiple benefits. And so it's been fun recently to work with Rob and Kirk on bringing those agreements, kind of getting them going and talking about, well, what does that look like, and how can we make sure that not only does this rehabilitation benefit all of the water users that own the reservoir company, but how can it benefit the larger community? And so there's the excitement with this project just keeps coming.
Keeps coming.
So it'll be great to hear another update when we're there.
Okay,
Great.
plan on it.
Thank you, Rob.
You're welcome.
Okay. Looks like we have arrived at item 22, which is our water plan technical update. Greg and Russ.
This is to advance. This one. Okay, thank you. Russ Sands, for the record, CWCB staff, and yes. So Director Jan left, but I was going to say, I thought I had 9 slides. We have 11, but the cover and the closing slide are 2, so 11 minus 2, we get to 9. So we're almost there. So we are, as we speak, uploading the final revisions to the technical update. This includes all the tools, everything in Volume 2 and everything in Volume 1. And we really try to be thoughtful, just like with the water plan, about how we break things out by chapter. All the edits we made were really just to kind of clarify things, enhancing some of the images if they were too small to read, being more consistent with hyphens. So they're pretty small, and some of the tools, we had some error flags, so we fixed those, but everything should be up as of today, and we are quickly shifting gears as planned into the BIP update process. So this is a slide I think we showed you in July when we were here last, but this is kind of the game plan, and we are now squarely in the BIP update effort. We did a soft launch of that in 2018, starting with the implementation working group, really trying to be thoughtful about how we got feedback from the roundtables on what they wanted to do rather than just kind of rolling things out. So that process is now moving into the hard launch that starts with the C9 Summit that we have next week. So speaking of C9, here we go. So 2-day event. The first day is more that half day. We do have a PEPO meeting in the morning, and as well as our RFP selection committee meeting. But the events kind of start in the afternoon, and then we have kind of evening event that we hope you all can attend. And the focus of that day is really kind of centered on learning. We've got some really neat tours lined up with the experimental forest. I know there's a lot of interest in watershed health, which we're going to talk a little bit more about next. But we also have a tour going out to Fraser Flats, and then a tour at the Headwater Center itself, where they've got this really amazing state-of-the-art River Journeys exhibit that's all focused on youth education. So that's the focus of day 1, and then we are going to be announcing the Basin Water Hero Awards that night. And day 2 is really about, building collaboration, again, us presenting some, but also hearing from attendees on what they think the best direction would be to go, and really just getting down to business. This is kind of rolling up the sleeves and the first step into in updating the water, ultimately the water plan, but the BIP updates. So here's that more fleshed out timeline, and again, you can see that we're right here at the C9 Summit and the stage where we're going to be selecting, hopefully, our contractor here in the near future. That will be the lead GC working on, or the lead general contractor working on the BIP and water plan updates. I showed this timeline because I really want to flag the next step, just as the first order of business is really we're going to focus hard on getting projects and updating projects and getting better data. That was a big focus of the implementation working group, of just kind of recognizing that our projects maybe don't have the best data now, and it's really key moving forward and critical to the water plan update to get those projects updated.
So we held a pre-proposal workshop about a month back when we released, a week after we released the RFP. And I just wanted to kind of walk the board through just the general highlights so that you understand it as it comes up, and we will talk a lot about this more next week. But there's basically three main areas that we broke out. So there's the general contractor, so sorry, that should be GC, the general contractor that manages the budget, manages the subs, and is responsible for all the deliverables, and then the local expert, who is the Basin Roundtable adjunct staff, or really kind of a chief facilitator that we hope can really take some of the burden off of each of the chairs and help do a lot of the work and boots on the ground. They may, if they have that skill and background, provide some of the technical support, but I mean, in my mind, it could be anybody from an engineer to a PEPO lead, depending on what that roundtable selects. So this really the focus is getting the roundtables to kind of help select how that process will even work to identify who their local expert would be. And then we have this third category of just the SMEs, or the subject matter experts, who will dig into any kind of case studies. So we've heard things like looking more at watershed health, or looking more at water conservation, and what's the next iteration of water conservation efforts for what basin, thinking about outdoor water conservation specifically. And then we've heard a lot even about just kind of financial impacts and digging into that more. So there's probably any number of ways the basins could go, but those are some of the big ones we've heard. So I wanted to flag too the budget and the way that that's broken out. So we came to this board, and I'll just go ahead and click these. We asked the board when we were getting initial approval before we went to the legislature, and we promised that we would do $290,000 back to the basins or thereabouts. I think it was actually something south of that. But I want to just flag here that we're true to our word, and this is how we see that breaking out, where basically it's a fairly even split between what the general contractor will retain, and obviously that's aimed at working in the basins, and what will go to more specifically the local experts and the subject matter experts for funding. And then we've kind of cornered off this $10,000 per basin to really focus on workshops. A lot of this is very in the weeds detail, and if we're really going to open up decisions about what we made in the technical update, especially around modeling, we kind of need people on board, and we need to do some deep dives. So I see a series of workshops next year that would bring the local expert and potentially who they would want from the roundtable, maybe the chair or someone else, but hopefully we can keep a somewhat small group to do this deep dive and really understand all the assumptions that went into the technical update and what potentially might be changed, if anything. It's also fair that we might come out of that with, we think you guys nailed it, but if we got it wrong or there's something that we could do better, we want to get the roundtable's feedback on that and help us to do that as we move forward with the water plan update. So, and I'll just fly through this, but the first phase of work here, as we're seeing at the end of this year, is really to get that GC hired. And then the GC will work with the basins to identify how they want to select their local expert. It's fairly easy for a GC to bring on a sub, especially if those are identified, and we've kind of talked about ways that we might be able to just kind of put a laundry list attached with a GC that could make it easier for them to bring people on. But certainly if someone wasn't on the list, we could bring them on. I could imagine that a roundtable may want to do this in a very stepwise process and take bids. They may have somebody in mind. Either way, I think we're fairly flexible with how the roundtables can select their local expert. At the same time, we're hoping that the GC can really help us and start to scope at CWCB with just what the water plan update really needs to entail and fleshing that out more. There's a lot of detail because we'd worked so long with the basins on what the process should be about specifics on how we might want to update the basin implementation plans. A little less so on the water plan. I mean, we have general framework of where we see things needing to be updated, but we'd like to do some scoping of what those specific updates might look like. So then moving into next year, we see that the local expert would be in place, hopefully kind of in that January timeframe, and start working with the basins. And that's where these kind of workshops that I flagged for you would start to occur. So there are probably several over next year. And at the same time, we're hoping the local expert, along with the GC, can really start to focus in on the projects and getting that list updated. Hopefully a year from now, we'll be in a stronger place and just having better data. We've gotten some feedback from roundtable chairs of some projects may need to come off the list. Some probably have been completed. There's probably new projects that aren't on the list. All of those need better cost, yield, lat long information on them. So we're going to work to get that. So then after that kind of phase of work is well underway and basins have had a time to noodle on what the opportunities are, we see that they might start working to really hire these subject matter experts and get these case studies starting to go underway. So the SMEs would get hired and get to work kind of near the end of next year. So that's kind of the overview. We're going to talk a lot more about this next week at the C9 Summit. We hope that you all will be able to attend. I think we're up to just under 200 registrants so far, and that's pretty good representation across all the basins, which I'm glad to see. So we're excited to have you there, and I will stop for any questions.
Russ, I apologize if you said this, but there were so many pretty things to read. I was reading and maybe not listening as well. So it sounds like at the C9, the roundtable chairs and hopefully, the roundtable members that can make it are going to select a general contractor. So does that mean you have bids in and proposals that you guys have reviewed?
Great question. So the bidding just closed yesterday, and we're kind of waiting to hear what the next steps are on that. So we have a representative group. So we've asked each of the chairs from the roundtables to be on that group, and we do have a meeting. It's not on the agenda because it's just for that group, and everybody has to be on board with just the rules for procurement. But it will be taking place that morning. So yeah, with any luck, we'd be able to announce if we can make a decision that day, then we would. But we're not going to force things if we can't for some reason. So if we have to go out to bid, or if folks want to see presentations, then we're going to allow that. So fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
additional, excuse me, Director Goebel?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was just curious, how many GC proposals did we receive?
So as of yesterday, we are still getting the information, but we think we might have only gotten one. And so we need to evaluate what that process looks like moving forward. So part of the way that we set this up is that we made it pretty clear that a lot of folks would be able to come in later into the process. And that might have bitten us in the end of people saying, well, I don't need to bid now because I can come back later. So we effectively built in maybe too much collaboration because we saw a lot of the bigger firms who might naturally propose have kind of combined efforts. So we need to get some clarity on what that means and what we're allowed to do, or if we have to go out to bid, or if we can make a decision based on one, if all the chairs and staff that are involved feel like they have a good choice.
Well, hopefully they're a really good choice, and and we're good to go.
Yeah.
So, thanks.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Well, got to just keep meeting. We'll see you next week.
Thanks. Sounds good.
Thanks.
Actually, you'll see me here in a minute.
Oh, see you in a minute, but also see you in Winter Park. Okay, great. Oh, we weren't even done with that.
Okay, so for the record again, Russ Sands. So we're just doing a really quick tee up, which Chris Sturm needs no introduction, and he's got a lot of really great input to provide here, but we wanted to at least acknowledge the feedback that we got at the last board meeting. So in addition to kind of doing the deep dive on the technical update, we heard, I think, a series of questions that were all very much in line. So Director Gibbs had asked about how we can better, or how watershed health could be integrated into our modeling. Aaron Citron, we had the joint meeting with IBCC, was there, and he asked if watershed health and monitoring could be, or modeling could be added into the next update. And then Director Dutton as well had kind of asked, is that a better process for the BIPs, for the BIP updates, and could we leverage working with universities potentially to kind of help flesh out some of the science? So anything's possible. I mean, if we're moving forward, we want to make informed decisions. So if we're going to make modeling changes, there's a lot that goes into that, and it's equal parts data and equal parts assumption. So the analysis is only as good as the data that we have, and all the modeling is informed by data sets. So making sure that those are right is important. So we, of course, have in the hydraulic record, we have fire and flood years that are built in there, but we don't have added information around forest fire or flood data outside of that. And it's unclear which direction or which data sets we would grab, and it turns out there's quite a bit, and again, quite a number of assumptions about them. And one thing I'll flag too, just in our process, using the scenario planning process and the 5 scenarios that are in the water plan, one is they were developed through a multi-year effort as a collaborative between IBCC and the roundtable. So if we're going to change or add to those narratives, we think at least it would follow a similar approach. that it's important to note, and this isn't always the case. I mean, there's some pretty clear drivers like population and climate and maybe even reservoir operations to some extent that you can see the major impacts of these. But some of the smaller things, even conservation in any given year, some of the other drivers that you're seeing in here may or may not be able to be teased out in the data at the end of the day, because scenarios kind of run through that process where they interact with each other when you have different drivers in play. So they can offset. So you may not always get what you think on the back end in terms of clear examples of how one input affected things. It may get lost in the noise. It may not. But either way, what watershed health scenario or narrative would look like is really critical to nail down. And then which is such a struggle for us this last time, is how do we take this narrative and now turn it into numbers? So just in some of the conversations we've had, and we followed up a bit with Director Dutton as well, but it turns out there are just a multitude of data sets, and these are probably not all of them by any means, but these are some of the things that we would need to consider. And in talking with School of Mines, they highlighted that burn severity and topography, or at least the slope, were two of the biggest things, and neither of those are in the modeling in CDSS that at least the way that we've used it in the technical update right now. I think there's some other things that really speak to the assumptions. So one is, what assumptions are we making about post-fire, like water treatment, and can you even use that water? To what extent is sediment loading, not just potentially more water coming down the mountain, but what that sediment does to fill in reservoirs and how much you can capture? There's a lot of things that we would have to get good data sets on, funnel it in, and then put it into these specific nodes that we have used in the CDSS model, the Colorado Decision Support System model. And then the other piece of it is just the fire intervals and locations. If we're going to have a scenario planning process, I mean, would the scenario be that all the states, every basin's got a fire at the same time? How often would that happen? In some of the conversations we had, we talked about this 400-year timeline, or maybe it's even less than that. Let's say it's every 100 years of fire burns. We're often looking at a much shorter horizon in the technical update of something like 30 years. So it's again, anything's possible. We can add it, but we just have to be very thoughtful, and this is probably a bit of a long haul process for us, but with good reason. We want to take the time to do it right. I guess to that point, I would highlight that, right now, the progress that we've made on incorporating and updating the flow tool, for example, was an effort that started with the first SWASI in 2004 and really has been built upon in every SWASI update and now the technical update. In the technical update, we're really taking this 30,000-foot view, and in many cases, we do have sometimes more granular data, but it's not always consistent, and we are often looking at sometimes just that basin scale. So we need to remember too that the way we would incorporate drivers of these scenarios, so if we had some kind of fire or watershed health or forest driver, that it may get swallowed up in the noise or maybe not. And that would require stakeholder collaboration and buy-in. So the first step in understanding the process is really understanding the field of opportunity and what's the data that's out there and how can we best use it. And we agree that it probably makes sense to at least look at how that process could fold into the BIP updates for the basins that are interested in terms of case studies and specifically lit reviews. So now that I've kind of set up that 30,000-foot level, I'm going to tee it over to Chris to do the boots on the ground. Yes?
Director Schwartz.
Thank you, and hopefully this is not boots on the ground question, but thank you. With regard to forest treatment, basically trying to find ways that we're going to create some resilience in the watersheds, and can that be added in as a factor that we identify, especially for the basin implementation plans, the vulnerable areas that impact watersheds and potential threat to water quality? Can that be added in as a factor?
I think Chris will speak to some of this, but I will just say from kind of our level that, again, anything's possible, but what data will we use to populate that? I think there's kind of two sides of the coin, right? There's the what do we do in modeling, and then what do we do in terms of integrating other plans, right? There's a lot of work in the area of resilience and other plans. One of the things that we'll talk about the C9 Summit, we've heard a lot, is just how do we better integrate? I mean, the BIP updates aren't the only plan that are out there. And oftentimes they may not have looked at, resilience planning, for example. Mm-hmm. So how do those findings and goals kind of find some kind of alignment? And that may be something that's an effort outside of modeling strictly.
Because I think that there is data out there relative to fire behavior, and so.
Right, there absolutely is, yeah.
Thank you.
Very
Okay, good morning, good noon, good afternoon. We're somewhere around there. Chris Sturm for the record, and Russ, thanks for the 30,000-foot view. I'm going to get into some ground level stuff. I'm going the wrong way. And I will say that when you're as short as I am, you got a pretty good view of what's going on the ground. So hopefully I can explain some strategies on what's happening and what I'm proposing that more communities do to get us to watershed resiliency, because that's really what we're after here. And the water plan defined watershed health for us. It's a measure of ecosystem structure and function. I'm not an ecologist, so I put these two little insets here on the picture to remind me and you guys what that means. Structure are the things that make up an ecosystem. It's the living and non-living, or the abiotic and biotic elements. That's animals, fish, microbes, geology, water, soil, which is living and non-living. And then how those things interact is what becomes ecosystem functions. And you can see some there. A big one for us and a big one in the water plan was the hydrologic cycle. And part of the hydrologic cycle is flow regime. And our streams have evolved over time with the hydrologic cycle around these flow regimes. So as flow regimes change, stream channels can be impacted by that, especially some that are already unstable. So just a little bit of science up front here, and then I'll get into some old tools and some new ways to use them, and some new tools that we have, and then some strategies. And I don't have many slides, and I promise there's some pretty pictures in here too. But flow regime is made up of a lot of different things. It's not just the duration and the discharge, which is what we usually think about. It's also the timing. When does the water come? A very important one for stream health is the rate of change. How rapidly does the water go up and go down, and how frequently do we experience different flows? And then on the right of this slide, I've got a post-fire hydrograph where we could see that we get dramatic changes to our hydrograph after fires. We can also see dramatic changes after other disturbances. We could have a series of culverts in the forest break loose that have big impacts on us. And then, of course, there's other smaller disturbances that have effects on the hydrograph as well. I'm going to come back to that one. We'll look at some hydrology real quick. This is just another way of looking at that hydrograph on the right side of the previous slide. This is from Levita after the Spring Creek fire. The burn area emergency response team came up with new hydrology. And we can see at the left end of this, the pre-burn hydrology for both an annual flood and a 10-year flood. And immediately after the burn, an annual flood is all of a sudden greater than a 10-year flood. This is very, very important information to know after a fire. I'm going to take this a step further, or in a different direction for you guys, because I think this is incredibly important information to know before a disaster. I have learned in my time with the board here that the absolute worst time to be planning for a disaster is during and after it. And if you think about your own lives, if you've ever been forced into making decisions during stressful times, we're not too eager to do things that we're not comfortable with, that are innovative or that are new. And what I'm proposing is that we do start doing some more innovative things to address watershed health, but not during and after a disaster, because those are very difficult times to do it. We do pre-fire assessments and mitigation strategies. The board has participated in several of these. I would like to get into this more. Here's an example of the one we did on the Cucharis River before the Spring Creek fire. Some could argue that I'm bad luck, because whenever I show up, the disaster comes after me. But we look at an assessment. We look at critical water supplies. We identify some projects that can be done to mitigate impacts. And in this case, we looked at sediment basins, which is a standard after a fire to put in sediment basins to capture some of that sediment that comes down after the fire. Now, here's an old tool that we've been using for a while. This is hydraulic modeling, and what we're looking at here is a 10-year event through the towns of Levita and Walsenburg that shows us what's at risk and what the inundation depth is. This is clear water modeling. We're just looking at water here, not sediment. This is a good thing to do after a fire when we get the new hydrology to see who's at risk. It's a really wise thing to do before to understand what's at risk, where those risks are. And I think with a little bit of effort, we can make some assumptions about burn intensity, which can lead us to assumptions about changes in hydrology. And we can model this for communities before they have a disaster so they could communicate possible risk to their citizens. Now, this only gets at the water. And anybody who's seen a flood after a fire knows that there's sometimes more debris and sediment than water, it seems. And so it may not behave as well as this model is showing us, meaning that channels can plug with debris and sediment, the stream can avulse or jump out of its channel and carve a completely new channel that was never even considered in this type of modeling. Now, a new tool that the CWCB has is fluvial hazard zone mapping. This is part of our risk map program. We're one of very few states in this country that has fluvial hazard zone protocols now. We're going to be pushing this out for public comment very soon, but the methodology has been developed. We've worked with several pilot communities around the state to do the mapping for them. The closest community to us is Saguache County, was one of the pilot communities, and we're looking forward to presenting the results to them here very soon. But the fluvial hazard zone, or the FHZ, is the area a stream is occupied in recent history, may occupy, or may physically influence as it stores and transports water, sediment, and debris. So this is where the river's been in the recent past, it's where it is now, or it's where it could be in the near future. It's a little bit different than our normal 100-year floodplain mapping, and it captures to a certain extent what can happen when we have massive debris flows come down. It captures the influence that sediment can have. We don't call it erosion hazard mapping because deposition is as much of a hazard as erosion. Now, the initial intent of this was to give this methodology to local communities so they can make better decisions about land use planning. As I've gotten into this more, and I took this program over from Stephanie DiBattito, who moved on to FEMA, I've realized that there are a lot more applications for this tool, and I've started to call it the Fluvial Opportunity Zone, or the FOZ, because this type of mapping can lead us to new types of prioritization that can lead to new implementation projects on the ground. And I just want to show you a couple slides. This is a real mapping project on the St. Vrain where we went through the methodology. And in the yellow lines is the fluvial hazard zone, or the active river corridor. And this is aerial photography from 2012 before the floods of 2013. Now the next slide is after the floods. And this one behaved really nicely for us. We could see that during the flood, that river occupied most of the fluvial hazard zone that was delineated with our methodology. This is a depositional area. This is what I would call an opportunity area. And for those of you that like to geek out on the topography, here's how a lot of it's done. The scientists and engineers look at the topography and they look for what's called fluvial signatures, or evidence of where the river's occupied on the landscape. And this little inset cartoon here can show you a lot of the different features that we look at to define the fluvial hazard zone. So those are some of our old tools, new tools. What does this all mean? Well, I've got these two great conceptual drawings here. I think the National Park Service put these out, of what I would call mountain meadows. Now, any of us that have been in Colorado for any amount of time have seen both of these types of meadows. I would argue that the one on the left is functioning very well, and the one on the right is not functioning very well at all. And we can see the one on the left has a nice high groundwater table, the floodplain is well connected to the channel, and there's a healthy riparian ecosystem. Whereas the one on the right, due to whatever land use practice, is devolving, and eventually will get to get to some type of equilibrium, but maybe we don't want to wait that long. And I think that these are our opportunity areas to mitigate the unknown of what can happen in our forests, whether it be fires followed by floods, and even to a certain extent drought. On the picture on the left here, there could be some type of forest thinning projects up any one of these drainages. Those efforts, coupled with the fact that this is an area that is going to deal with massive amounts of water and sediment very well, makes me feel confident that any downstream community may fare well after a fire. The one on the right, even with or without any forest thinning up in those tributary drainages, is probably not going to protect any downstream communities or reservoirs or ditch infrastructure very well at all. What we're looking at there is a deeply incised channel, meaning that if there's a 10-year flood that comes down it, chances are a lot of that flood is going to be contained within that channel. And this area that's uniquely situated to store sediment is actually going to be a source of more sediment to go downstream and have an impact on our communities. What does that look like? Here's some pretty pictures for you guys of some pretty drastic events. A lot of sediment loading into a reservoir, something we're trying to avoid. There's a lot of nutrients in that sediment as well, and that makes it difficult for our municipal water providers to supply clean water. And then that's Jamestown in the upper right. We saw during 2013 that a lot of houses were elevated above the 100-year floodplain, but they were still in the fluvial hazard zone, and they simply just fell into it. I don't have any great pictures of ditch infrastructure being impacted. This is a call out to the room. If anybody does, please send them to me, because I'm going to be doing this presentation for several other groups in the near future. I don't want to leave you guys with gloom and doom on this. This is Rocky Mountain National Park, the Roaring River where it flows into the Fall River, a beautiful alluvial fan. This fan has been tested a couple times. Some of you may remember in the early 80s the Lawn Lake Dam breach that flooded the town of Estes. That could have been significantly worse than it was had it not been for this alluvial fan. And there's a picture, you're looking at the color picture here in 2013 or shortly thereafter, 2014. And the bottom left one is after the Lawn Lake flood in the early 1980s. Alluvial fans are wonderful places to dissipate energy, to drop out sediment. They're not really good places to build on, although we have in many places. And then just one final slide, and I apologize for the quality of this. This is immediately downstream of that alluvial fan. This is Horseshoe Park, again in Rocky Mountain National Park. And these are the types of areas that I'm talking about that I believe we should be identifying these areas, assessing their condition, whether they're well suited to protect us and our communities and our water supply as they exist, or whether they need to be prioritized for restoration so that they can protect us. Thank you. And I'll take any questions.
Chris, thanks for that great presentation. I'm not going to pick favorites, but I will say that the gentleman next to me geek out over those engineering plans that popped up a while ago, and this definitely is very exciting to me, as you know. Could you share some of the follow-up conversations that we've had around the potential to incorporate some more of the watershed health impact on water supply, and kind of where the conversations between your section and Greg's section have landed, and potentially our desire to have some literature review completed?
I will do my best, Director Dutton, and may need a little help there. I believe that we're going to see a lot more fires that are going to lead to impacts to our water supply, and we do need to take a pragmatic approach at how we're going to deal with that. And what I've done here is outline a strategy, not the only strategy, but I think an important strategy. So I'll preface the answer to your question by saying that I think it's very important for us to not only have the grant programs to fund mitigation efforts, but to also have an extremely strong voice in what those mitigation efforts look like. We need more continuity in what's being produced, and we need to be more innovative in how we're approaching it. That said, there are a lot of different things that can change our hydrology, and some of it's unknown. Climate change, forest fires may lead to different forest types. I'm not a forester, I don't know. That could lead to changes in hydrology that leave us with more than just a 3 to 5 year fire recovery legacy of altered hydrology. That could lead us to an altered hydrology for a generation or more. Or it may completely change the hydrology if the forest type changes. For example, if we lose certain forest types on south-facing slopes where it's hotter and drier. So discussions we've had with Director Dutton and Greg and Russ center around a literature review to get us to state of knowledge. Where are we right now with this science? And I really think that the Lit Review is the place to start. There's lots of different research in this realm around our state. But it's also, we have to keep this in mind, very site-specific. There's not just two variables that give us an answer here. This is a multivariable question, and those variables, the slightest little differences between one watershed to another are going to produce different results and the outcomes on what that hydrology looks like. I think that we're well suited through our grant programs to help the basins do the on-the-ground work. So get us down from the very high-level view of this where we can outline strategies and methods. But I believe that the actual work should happen in the watersheds that are prioritizing this type of work, meaning who's interested in doing pre-fire mitigation, who's interested in doing pre-disaster mitigation planning, and let's tailor the specifics to that individual area.
Well, for saying you were going to have to try, that was a pretty darn good answer. So thanks, Chris. And I think what I really appreciated about our conversations that I'd like to add to what you just said is that, you know, thinking about pre-fire and pre-disaster planning and mitigation, I think we're often kind of looking up to the hills, which is totally appropriate. But looking at things like what's on this slide and thinking about, well, how do we restore these mountain meadows and how do we provide resiliency within the system? You know, we can't treat every acre of forest, but if we have these resilient riparian areas below the forest, then we can mitigate some of any kind of potential change in the hydrology that could come from a fire, whether it's a prescribed fire or a forest fire or other kind of event, even a flood. So I think it's really exciting, and I applaud your effort, Chris, to be looking at this and supporting groups who are thinking about these riparian areas, not just for the resiliency of the system, but also for the aquatic species and habitat they support.
Yeah, thank you, Director Dutton. And just quickly, I'll say that I identified areas like this for the Spring Creek fire, and it is absolutely impossible to convince landowners and agricultural community that we need to do this immediately after fire. There's too many unknowns. Those partnerships and agreements need to happen well in advance of any kind of disaster.
Great. Are there any questions for Chris? Yes, Director Schwartz.
Thank you, and I so appreciate the presentation and your approach. There are two aspects I hope that are also being brought into the discussion is looking at our infrastructure, you know, especially our reservoirs and water storage areas and those points of vulnerability being built into the mapping or the planning. And then secondly, looking at land use, helping communities make choices around their land use planning and processes. So we know where this material is going to go. We know, and when they're making good choices, we're keeping people's safe and keeping their property safe, and we're not risking lives trying to save them. So hopefully those two pieces can be built into some of this scenario planning.
Yes, and I absolutely agree, Director Schwartz, and that is built into it in that kind of the old school way of looking at this pre-fire mitigation planning is to identify the critical water supplies, you know, whether that be a reservoir, diversions, gold medal fishery, or all of those together. That's an important part in this process. And then the fluvial hazard zone mapping initially developed for our local communities to identify these sensitive areas. So we put that together and we work with the local communities, and we could come back in these images that you're looking at on the screen now and say, this is a really bad place to develop and a really wonderful place to protect your community.
What kind of cooperation do you get when you show up in a community and you're trying to explain?
Well, right now we're doing it with the pilot communities, and they all had to apply to be part of the program, so they're fairly receptive to it. But we're not deluded into thinking that this is just going to magically happen overnight, and that, you know, property values are part of this. There's different ownership involved, and we don't want to be out there devaluing people's property. And that's not the intent. That said, the science is what the science is, and the risk will always be the same regardless of what tools we develop.
Well, we've seen that the insurance companies are helping with some of the WUI issues. Perhaps in this instance, they will also be driving decision-making with insurance policies in the future.
Any additional questions or comments for Chris? Or Greg or Russ? Great. Thank you very much. All right, since we covered item 24 earlier in the day, we are now on to item 25, which is project updates in the Rio Grande Basin. These are my friends I was talking about.
So first of all, can you hear that? Okay. It's kind of late to be welcoming you, but we're glad you guys are here in the San Luis Valley, Rio Grande. One thing I would like to say when we get started is appreciate, I don't know if you hear it enough, but I'd like to say it from our point of view, how much we appreciate the staff of CWCB.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. We appreciate all the work that you do as a board members, but let's be honest. I mean, that's where it happens. But we do appreciate how personable and how hardworking they are and how approachable they are for us here in the Rio Grande. You've seen one of the shining stars we have here with Director Dutton in the Rio Grande, and introduce another one, Emarisa. She's the vice chair for the Rio Grande Basin Roundtable and super capable. And I think she's going to, we're going to kind of tag team through this presentation. So we'll show you some of what are the things we're doing.
Nathan, before you get too far down the road, we don't want to forget our online listeners. Can you introduce yourself?
Nathan Combs. I'm the manager of the Canales Water Conservancy District and the Rio Grande Basin Chair. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, just to kick off, we are very fortunate here in the Rio Grande Basin to have an incredible public PEPO liaisons. Judy Lopez was our PEPO person for a long time and did just incredible, so much work put into that program. And now we have Bethany Howell, who's taken over for her, and she's done a great job, super engaged and active in our roundtable. We also have a super active education subcommittee that meets very regularly and does a lot of work to help educate our local community, but then also to educate our roundtable members. So we've been fortunate to work with Christy Bodie to develop a whole suite of videos that represent different topics. Watershed health, we're working on an agricultural one, recreation, she's working on one for the radar piece, acequias. There's so many topics, I know I'm missing some, but those videos are really great vignettes that help us tell the story of these water topics to the public, to our roundtable, to the partners that we work with. We also do little radio spots on our local radio station that Bethany organizes. Bethany does the newsletter and newspaper articles, really trying to engage our local community. We also are super excited that we have a new website and a new logo. So if you go to rgbrt.org, you can see all the projects and work that's been done with CWCB funding and through the roundtable. And then also, we have put together some really fun tours, both here locally, but then also around the state. So here's a picture of us, some of our roundtable members touring the Binney Water Purification Facility. We got to tour with Denver Water and Aurora Water and learn all about municipal stuff on a scale that we had no idea because, it's the Valley. And then we also are fortunate that Adams State University, the Salazar Center, Rio's been working really hard to improve education and really elevating water education both at Adams State and then with the community. So we have a picture of Kevin Ryan giving a great public presentation this summer, which was well attended, as you can see. And so these kind of things are really important to the roundtable, and we appreciate CWCB support for that.
So we were kind of broke this into some of the major projects. Storage here, anywhere in Colorado is a big issue, especially in our basin. We've had a lot of really good projects. We just got this one finished. Wayne Schwab with the Trinchera Conservancy District finished his project on the Mountain Home Reservoir. The before and afters, they're not quite as extreme as what we saw from Mr. Phillips, but same procedure. Any water you have is important to you, no matter what the volume of it is. And they did a lot of great work getting their outlet works updated and structure work. We also, if you want to go to the next one, we also have done some work on Platoro Reservoir that CWCB has funded on improving the crest of the dam to ensure that we had no limitations or structural problems in maintaining that dam. And then on the Terrace Reservoir, CWCB was instrumental in helping with the outlet works and, of course, the spillway work that happened there. And this year, they came within 4 inches of spilling that reservoir, and they didn't have any of the limitations. So it was a good year to have storage in the valley that we could use and capitalize on a year like this, and that was because of the not only the work going on here, but the ability to, these projects were identified in the original basin plan, and then with the funding of CWCB, they actually are being completed now as we start this next phase. So, you want me to talk about that one or no?
Sure, yeah.
Another thing, of course, it comes out quite often in our basin. I believe it's about 98% of the water rights are held by agriculture, and so the diversion structures and all of the disbursement of that water constantly needs updated. It's been a big priority within our basin to work on these head gates and on these diversion structures. These are some that have happened on the Rio Grande and on the canals, respectively. We've been putting in automation. We've been putting in a lot of telemetry to get better measurement and understanding. But we're doing real boots on the ground concrete work to make sure that what we do have, we're taking the best care of it that we can, either through conveyance efficiencies or diversion efficiencies, and reporting to work with the Division of Water Resources so that their job is easier in administering the water here in the basin. We have such a large compact obligation to the downstream states that we can't afford leaking head gates and a misunderstanding of whose water is where within any of our river systems. So, go ahead.
Yeah, these are a couple more pictures of before and afters of some diversions that CWCB helped with. And these projects are a combination of CWCB loans, grants. We work with NRCS and these ditch companies putting up tons of money to support it. And it's not just benefiting the ag community, but also these projects have environmental benefits as well, putting in fish and boat passage, improving habitat surrounding. So they really trying as a whole to make these holistic and multi-beneficial projects. And then we also have some fun environmental projects that have been done in the past several years. This one is a project up at Spruce Lakes in the wilderness area where beetle kill has been a huge challenge, threatening the infrastructure of the reservoir. And so working with the Forest Service, Trout Unlimited worked really hard. There's also Rio Grande Cutthroat in this pool, and it's an important recreation facility. So TU worked with the Forest Service and with the irrigation water rights holders that own the reservoir to come up with a really creative solution for some wilderness approved methods.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
The sound isn't working,
But it's impressive.
but just imagine the loudest boom you've ever heard. Does it work? Do you know?
Louder than me screaming.
So this is just another example of CWCB funding really going to good work.
Probably get the biggest thank you for something like that.
But seriously, these projects are important to helping us protect our water infrastructure that's up in the wilderness area, and that's we have quite a bit of that. We also, you guys have really supported some of our conservation work. Our local conservation land trusts, the Rio Grande Headwaters Land Trust, is working on the Nash and Paulson ranches right now, thanks to you, and the Colorado Open Lands also working on the Anderson Lazy EA Ranch. So great work, and these are really important for protecting our river ecosystems and also supporting our ranching community.
This one is quite familiar for the radar, but one of the goals we have in the basin that CWCB has helped us with is filling that data and information gap. Obviously, we were all participants for the radar, and you're familiar with that and what a meaning that is to us. But we've also done some other things. Because of the surface water, we've undertaken a lot of work of measuring and making more accountable the ranchers and the irrigators, and making better reporting for our Division of Water Resources through automation and telemetry, where we can upload live on the surface water. But we also can do, we've started a project for the groundwater. In the south end of the valley, in the confined aquifer, we had very, very little data, and CWCB helped us in funding a project to put transducers down live pumping wells so that we can measure results and start building more data. This started in 2014. We finally got all the funding and everything running in 2015 and 16. Right now, the information coming from these monitoring networks is being integrated into the state's Rio Grande Decision Support System. So the model is getting the real data. So we're taking a lot of the guesswork out of how it's affecting all of our water rights users. Just a plug here. Well, I took a little umbrage when Director Dutton gave her report about Mr. Tonner kind of saying, if anybody has a better idea. Well, I won't say hell, there it is, but there it is, you know. We are measuring and monitoring, and we're taking care of, we are getting better information, and we are managing ourselves with the sub-districts and the work we're doing. We don't need another plan. Let's let this one finish. And we appreciate CWCB backing us to work some of these and get that data out there.
We also have had several watershed assessments and other tools that are helping us fill that data gap. So the Upper Rio Grande Watershed Assessment was completed this past winter and looked at uplands and priority streams in the headwaters of the Rio Grande and helped prioritize projects and efforts for improving watershed health. We also had recently completed a watershed and wildlife conservation assessment, which looked at wetlands across the valley, both on public and private lands, and also looked at the trends of that, how wetlands have changed over time and the decline of wetlands here in the valley. It really highlighted that a significant percentage of our wetlands are actually on private land, and so these irrigated wetlands, these irrigated agricultural meadows are actually such a critical part of our wildlife and wetland habitat. So that's something that we, as a basin, really recognize as important for the agricultural community, but also for the environmental community. So very closely connected. And then we are working on stream management plans as all across the state as well. Here we're working on the Rio Grande, Caneos, and Saguache Creek stream management plans, and Chris Storm has been super helpful. Here's a picture with Katie Birch helping us with R2 cross sections, lots of stakeholder meetings, lots of getting out in the community. The top picture is of our stream management plan coordinator, Daniel, holding some awesome macroinvertebrates from one of the streams. So we're not just looking at one section, but really looking basin-wide. Rio Grande, the whole Caneos, Saguache Creek, recognizing that this is data we need to help us look and work basin-wide, not just on the Rio Grande or on the Caneos or on Saguache Creek, but looking at where there's commonalities and similarities and how we can improve operations and improve the aquatic habitat and all those different components together. Here's a map as well. And really all of these assessments are, and different monitoring efforts are helping us fill that gap and then are gonna really help us tee us up well for this basin implementation plan update. So that's something we've been really thinking about as we go through this is a lot of these projects that we just presented were identified in the original basin implementation plan. And now with all of these data gaps and studies, we're now highlighting where we need to go from here.
And I might just add, with the stream management plan, we're able to now coordinate. It's not just the Rio Grande Basin working on their projects and the Caneos working on their projects. We're working as a basin with these identified areas to start doing kind of collective plans that were identified from the stream management plan. We had a high water flow. We've had some issues on our river, but now we already have the before, the after, and the plan proceeding. So I think it was a great tool for us moving forward to stay united as a basin and not be competitive for funding and projects, but to work through the entire scope of what we need to do in the basin.
Yeah. And we just really wanted to, we really,
I did not take that picture.
we couldn't do any of this without you as a board and as an organization, so thank you so much.
We're laughing with you, Becky.
Could you take that off the public record? I know who was responsible for that.
Oh my goodness. Thank you guys for that awesome update and all those really great pictures. It's always better to have great pictures than lots of words, right? So that was awesome. If you guys would like to know more about blowing stuff up in the wilderness, Kevin Terry's right in the front row, the architect of that Loud project. And Nathan, I hope it's not too much to ask, but I really appreciated the way you just framed the stream management plans. And, you know, since I think we are really fortunate around here to have a pretty good friendship across all these different interests and kind of sectors of the water world. And pretty often I'll be on the phone with someone talking about how the stream management plan effort in the valley's going, and I think maybe they're thinking I have rose-colored glasses because I'm just so excited about it. And I've talked about how you have been a proponent for stream management plans in your area, and it tends to blow people away. I think people want to put people in boxes, and everyone knows you can't put Nathan in any box. But considering that you're the manager of a conservancy district, you're a huge proponent of storage and reservoirs, and you yourself are a farmer, I think it often catches people off guard that you also have been a pretty big proponent for stream management plans in your effort. So could you maybe talk about that briefly, if you wouldn't mind? You can also say no.
Okay. I guess if anybody knew me before, the only thing I knew about the environment was that we had one. And so I've had to learn a lot. Water was for irrigating, and everybody else did the best they could as it got to my head gate. And so I appreciate the opportunity to learn about it, but I can see in the role of being the manager of the Conservancy District, and especially understanding the value of partnerships and cooperation with other entities, it's really opened my eyes to how hard we can make the water work, and that it's not mutually exclusive. This is public record, so if you have no idea how much a mouthful this is for me to say out here. But I can see the value in the stream management plan because of what it does for us. It doesn't exclude any of the irrigation projects, any of the diversions we're doing, any of the goals. It only helps us have a better view of what the conditions of our river and our basin is. As we look at the work that Daniel has been able to do here in the Rio Grande, he's identified a lot of problematic areas on our river. And then, as I mentioned before, here we have this high water year. He nailed it. Those places ended up being trouble for us. And before, as Mr. Sturm was talking about, let's get ahead of this curve and let's be proactive. I think this is going to be that tool for us basin-wide. And Emma brought out very well that the Rio Grande itself has had quite a bit of work, but some of the rest of us have been lagging behind. And I appreciate this opportunity with the stream management plan to bring in the Kines and some of these other creeks to get caught up so that we can be effective stewards of what we're doing, whether it's environmental or irrigation or recreation or what your use of water is. So hopefully that answers your question.
Does anyone else have any questions for Emma or Nathan? Thank you, guys. That was great. Okay, the last item on this fabulous agenda is item 17, which we moved from yesterday. And so this is our presentation from Ken Howard from NOAA. Ken and I were texting. He's in the lobby and just needs to hook up his presentation. So maybe if someone would grab Ken, we can, thank you, Michael. We can have this presentation where a lot of stuff that was explained and said yesterday about the radar, Ken's going to show us the pictures to prove it. Ooh.
Wait, you do both this one?
Hey, Ken, thanks for being here. Okay, we are back with agenda item 17. Ken Howard from NOAA. Ken, if you could introduce yourself and who you're with, that would be great. Just want to preface so that everyone goes into this with the right headspace. If any of you thought you were the smartest person in the room when Ken got here, you're not. So.
That's not true.
Ken has been the radar sensei for us in this project, and he told us numerous times, if you build it, I'll handle the rest. And we were looking at each other like, seriously? And that's what's happened. So Ken, thank you for being here yesterday and today, and we're excited to learn about how this thing works. So.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak to you. My name is Ken Howard. I work for NOAA. I work for the National Severe Storms Laboratory, which is based in Norman, Oklahoma. The laboratory is known for its research into tornadoes and mobile radars. And I work in the part of the laboratory that's focused on precipitation and hydrology. And the group that I work with and lead is focused on estimating precipitation, whether it be from satellites, radars, from models. Now, estimating precipitation is the most hardest thing we do in our science and meteorology. It's harder than tornadoes and hurricanes and severe storms and supercells. It just doesn't get much attention because, quite frankly, it's not very sexy. When I try telling people, well, what do you do? Well, I'm interested in trying to figure out snow water equivalent. And they go, snow water equivalent. Hey, look, there's a tornado chaser. Nice meeting you. But it's a huge challenge. And so we've been really focused on developing techniques and using radars to try to do a better job of estimating precip, as well as trying to do our best guess of how much water is in the snow when it falls. And so what I'm going to show you is not a whole lot of detail about the beautiful radar you have out there, but show you a couple of things that we're doing with that radar right now. So what I'm going to do is show you some real-time web pages. I'm going to show you a little basic navigation and show you how the information is being used in generating precipitation estimates. And these web pages are available to you to go back either home or to your office to look at, not only look at it for the state of Colorado, but you can look at it for the whole country. So the first thing I'm going to show you is why did we need this radar out here? So this image here is all the radars in the United States, all of the big government-owned NOAA radars that the Weather Service uses across the U.S. And amongst those, you can see the different colors, and the colors represent the goodness of the data, how well the radar can see. So if it's a really dark purple and stuff, the radar can see all kinds of phenomena really well. But if you look over Colorado and you look over the Intermountain West, you start seeing lighter colors, yellows and greens and everything like that. And the reason for that is that radars can't see through mountains. So where you have mountains or complex terrain, the radar is very limited in its visibility. And the challenge here in Colorado, obviously, is we've got lots of mountains. And why we have some beautiful radar sitting out on the Front Range with Denver and Pueblo, we've got Grand Junction, Albuquerque to the south. You can't see very well into the Intermountain West. And you certainly cannot see very well into the San Luis Valley. So one of the things that we wanted to do was to try to fill what we call these gaps. And my cursor is sitting over one of the largest gaps that we have in the state. And the radar out there that you guys came together as a community and built fills that gap. How do you zoom in? So I'm going to show you that same image, but I'm going to show you with the Alamosa radar in it. So the Alamosa radar is really filling in a huge gap that we have in Intermountain West. And it is hopefully the first of 3 potential radars that can be put into the state. The other location we would love to put a radar is fairly obviously, it's in the Four Corners area or in the Durango region. And then the third radar obviously is up in the Gunnison area in the headwaters of the Gunnison River. With those radars, we'll have ability to fill in a lot of the gaps that we have in the west. And with doing that, we can do a better job of estimating precipitation. So I know it's the end of the day for you guys, so I'm just going to cover some very top level things. I'm going to show you kind of a basically thing of what we can do with this. So we generate 2 types of precipitation estimates with the radars. One is called a radar only, where we only use the information coming from the radar to do a good estimate of what the precipitation type is, whether it's snow, whether it's rain, whether it's hail or heavy rain. And then we have a product which we call Q3MS. And Q3MS is we basically take everything in the kitchen and throw it at it. We use multiple radars. We use satellite data. We use gauge observations, snow-tail observations. And then we use model predictions. And we use those intelligently combined together to try to produce the very best estimate of what we think is going on at a 1 by 1 kilometer every hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a Q3MS product over the Alamosa area. And I think screen needs to scroll down. I'm going to show it to you for the last 3 days. Sorry, I had this all set up on my other computer here, so I apologize that. Let's see here. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut off the image and just show you an area that you're familiar with. And we're going to zoom on down. And we're going to zoom right over one of the pivot areas. And then I'm going to bring back the precip. And then I'm going to click, because I want to know how much I had right over the top of my pivot system. So in the last 3 days, I had 14 hundredths of an inch of rain. I can do this anywhere in the state. What we did here is we're using the Alamosa radar for doing that estimate of precipitation. So just to back out, there you can see that. So our goal with using the Alamosa radar is to provide these estimates on very small time scales and space scales over the entire San Luis Valley, over the Conejos headwaters, and then over the entire state. Is it perfect? Not yet. We're working on that. And one of the challenges with snow water equivalent is, while we set up the parameters of that radar as our first guess, as we go through the winter and we gain more information about the snowfall, we'll continually to tune that radar. And in real time, all of the stakeholders and all of the users can come to this webpage and select and see how much precipitation was falling, what the snow water equivalent is of that. And then we will continue working as a partnership to improve the quality of these products. And also include the resolution of these products. Right now, we generate the precipitation estimates at a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer horizontal scale. In the next year, we'll be producing them at a 500-meter scale. On Friday, for those who are interested, I'm going to do an in-depth training of all of the things that the radar can see, all of the severe weather aspects of the sea, hydrology components that we use for flash flood monitoring, and also the different products that can be used for transportation, for aviation, as well as for some of the more interesting things, like, for example, last night I was looking at the data and I discovered the new bat roost that you guys have to the west of the city here. So there's amazing things that this instrument can see, and this instrument will go a long ways to helping you better understand the meteorology of the valley, the climatology, and really the bottom line of how much water is falling. Okay?
Thanks, Ken. Are there any questions for Ken about this? Yes, Director Schwartz.
So fascinating to see the depth of the information. So how do you move from this when you're looking at, let's say, snowpack, and so you have real data on snowfall or rain, then how do you come to a forecasting piece around how much snowpack exists in the basin?
Our role with the radar is basically providing how much water equivalent is in the snowpack. The radar and what we do purely provides the input into the modeling. And I think there's other gentlemen in the room that can talk about what they do when they pick up the amounts that we estimate.
You're providing that.
And then put it into the model.
Thank you.
Director Goebel.
Thanks, Madam Chair. All this is just very fascinating. Just have a general question because I'm constantly looking at radar, and in the part of the southeast Colorado where I'm at, everybody else is too because it's our livelihood. How does radar, I mean, I can fathom how it can see water vapor in the air. How does it determine how much actually hit the ground?
Okay.
Might be a long answer.
No, it's a great question.
Where's my chalkboard? Okay. What is occurring with the radar is basically it's picking up reflected energy off of the raindrops. And so the radar that Alamosa has and the radars that are around the state have all been upgraded to what they call dual polarization. So in dual polarization, in a very simplistic terms, is you're sending out a wave that's in two different directions, a horizontal and a vertical. And if you have a horizontal and vertical and you have a raindrop out here, you can measure the size and diameter of that raindrop. And from that, then you can determine how much water content is in the rain, or in the case of snow, as it reaches the ground. And it's an estimate, to be very frank with you. We have a set of equations or parameters that, based upon how much energy is being reflected, the diameter of the snowflake or the raindrop, then we have equations that says, well, that's how much water is going to hit the ground. Now, it's an estimate. To mitigate some of the risk in our estimates, that's why we bring in the gauge data in real time. So there's a suite of products, the multi-sensor products, that are taking the radar estimates and they're comparing them to what's in the gauge. And then it uses the gauge information to readjust or to bias the radar field to be, if it's not perfect, the estimates are off, we use the gauge information to bias the field to make the radar match more of the gauge. So it's called a gauge bias correction. And so that product is only as good as the number of gauges you have going into it. So one of the things that we worked very hard is to try to gather as many of the gauges in real time as we can, and then quality control those gauges, and then use that information to finely tune the radar estimates. So that's kind of our way to mitigate some of the unknowns as far as well the radar estimates go. The dual polarization was a huge advancement for us. Dual pol has only been on the radar systems for about the last 4 years, and we are still continually working with it, but it has made a major advancement in the quality of the estimates that we generate. The Alamosa radar is one of the first intermountain radars that's been put in. So we're going to learn a lot about how to do good precipitation estimate in the Intermountain West. And the beautiful thing about the system and the community and the science is that we have the ability to continue to improve the quality of the estimates coming from the radar. It's not like it's static. You can't change anything. It's not, if it's a very dynamic system. And that's one of the things that's exciting both from a scientific standpoint and from an operational standpoint. So we can continue to improve the quality of the information coming out of the radar and in the quality of the estimates that we're going to generate.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, Director Goebel, that was why Nathan, when he touched on Dan Dallas and Andrea Jones in his speech yesterday, that's the forest supervisor and district ranger, respectively, for Conejos Peak. And they worked with the Conejos district to allow for additional measurement devices to be placed in the wilderness. So that was another part of the project that was a pretty big deal, because they recognized that so much of the Conejos Basin is inaccessible or in wilderness areas, but to be able to really utilize this piece of equipment to its full potential, we needed more ground truthing. And so they allowed those pieces of equipment to be put in the wilderness, and it was a huge deal for them to get through those administrative hurdles, but also to come alongside of us and recognize what the potential is and how this can not only help us, but other forest areas in the country. Yeah, super cool.
And I really welcome you to look, if you like looking at the radar data, to look at these web pages and look at all the radar data and look at and if you have any questions, and that goes for anybody in the room, you have any questions about what you're seeing, or you want to know more information about what you're seeing, do not hesitate to reach out. We'd be glad to answer questions. We want people looking at it. We want feedback from the field and the end users.
I have Ken's cell phone number. I'm sure he'd love to get a call from you, Jack, when you're out standing in your field. Are there any additional?
I just won't give his number to my 87-year-old grandma, which is very skeptical of anything weathermen, because she's been a cattle rancher for her whole life, and she's very skeptical.
Any additional questions? Ken, thank you for being here, and thank you for all your help. All right, folks, I hate to say it, but we've reached the end of our agenda, and so I'd love to keep you here, but I guess some of you may want to get on the road. Before we end, again, there's biking and fishing to be had, and so if the bikers want to maybe circle up with Emma, she can give them the deets, and then we can get the fisher folks out on the road too. Viola, being the awesome coordinator she is, has lunch for us. There's boxed lunches in the hallway, so grab one as you leave, and no one has to starve today. So I think with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been moved by Director Goebel and seconded by Director Schwartz to adjourn the meeting. Is there any discussion?